Welcome to NFU conference. Please be aware that smoking is not permitted anywhere in the ICC. For security reasons, please have your conference badge on display at all times. Please report any suspicious activity to security or conference staff. ICC stewards are available if you need assistance. In the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of the stewards. Toilets are located in the foyer areas outside each hall. During the conference, we kindly ask all mobiles are set to silent. Mobile device charging ports are available in the member zone. Know what's going on at the conference with the app. Instructions on how to download the app are on the reverse of your name badge. Thank you to Tesco for the sponsorship of the conference brochure. And thank you to Yara UK Limited for the sponsorship of the audio-visual production. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as NFU conference is due to start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NFU Conference 2017. Please welcome NFU President Myrig Raymond.
Good morning, conference, and welcome to the ICC. I am proud to stand here as a farmer, and as I look around at this full conference, we have around 1,500 people who I know are all proud to be farmers too. Proud to produce food for Britain. Proud of our high animal welfare standards. Proud of our systems which ensure everyone knows exactly how their food is produced and where it comes from. Britain is rightly proud of its farmers too. For feeding Britain, for looking after over 70% of the British landmass, for employing 500,000 people. And we are proud to be the bedrock for the UK's largest manufacturing sector, food and drink. Secretary of State, welcome to the conference. I know that you are also proud of Britain's farming heritage, but also crucially understand the importance of the industry to our country and the potential that farming has to be a solution to many of the problems facing Britain in this very volatile world. The theme of this year's conference is success. Sometimes, as an industry, we can beat ourselves up by things that haven't gone well. Sometimes we can argue amongst ourselves and talk down our industry. Sometimes the day job of running complex farm businesses can be so absorbing we don't get the chance to stand back and celebrate what is good. But we do need to be vocal about our successes, now more than ever. Because in a matter of weeks, Article 50 will be triggered. Over the next 2 years, negotiations will take place which will have a massive impact on farming and Britain's ability to have a thriving food production system. Brexit needs to be successful for farming. The NFU will be there all the way. And the NFU is a force to be reckoned with. And when I say the NFU, I mean us, every single person in this room and our members across the country. We are all farming. We are all the NFU. We, the NFU, have already achieved more than most could ever have imagined. On bovine TB, 10 areas took part in the cull last year. Many said we would never do it 5 years ago. But look where we are now. And Secretary of State, thank you for your support. But please do not let down farmers in other areas this year who are desperate to tackle the scourge of TB in wildlife. You must roll out this policy further. Look at what we, the NFU, achieved on glyphosate. The banning of this herbicide would have been devastating to Britain's ability to grow crops. We now need to ensure that this temporary reprieve becomes permanent, that science prevails and glyphosate is available as a vital tool on British farms. Look what we, the NFU, achieved on BPS. The NFU has been relentless in pushing both DEFRA and the RPA to sort out the mess of 2015 and also ensure prompt payment this year. That we achieved a better result in 2016 is in no small part due to NFU members, group secretaries, and county advisors, the length and breadth of the country, lobbying MPs and bringing this matter to the attention of the media. It's also down to the professional work of our HQ staff and our Vice President, Guy. Another great example of one NFU working together for the benefit of its members. Look what we, the NFU, achieved in our Back British Farming Day in September. Our Deputy President, Minette, led the event where well over 100 MPs and peers gathered outside the Houses of Parliament from all parties to show support for British farming and pledged to back the industry in the future. Their support will be vital. Thank you to my Deputy President and Vice President, to our staff and to all our members who have stood up and been counted. So back to our theme for conference, success. For the next 2 days, we will consider what the ingredients of success are for farming in the post-Brexit world. As the largest trade association in Britain, you would expect us to take a lead on this. And we have. We carried out the biggest industry consultation in living memory to hear from our members on this issue, which will impact farming for generations. Every single NFU member was contacted. Thousands came to meetings up and down the country, and thousands more sent back consultation responses. And we took those views from the grassroots membership of the NFU to establish our framework policy on trade, labour, and domestic agricultural policy. Secretary of State, I know you were very keen to hear from farmers, and I know that you will be paying close attention to what they say. But we mustn't forget the public here. YouGov asked the British public whether they believed it was important for Britain to have a resilient farming industry. 85% said yes. And when YouGov asked if we should increase our own self-sufficiency in British food, 83% said yes. Secretary of State, by committing to back British farming, you are committing to create a healthier and wealthier Britain. We have been clear on what we think are the main ingredients for success. It is a fairly simple recipe with 3 main ingredients. Firstly, unrestricted access to the European market. Secondly, continued access to a competent and reliable workforce, both pre- and post-farm gate. And thirdly, a new agricultural policy which assists in the development of an increasingly productive, progressive, and above all, profitable farming sector. And it goes without saying, it is important government also ensures there is a better regulatory framework. A business environment encouraging food companies to invest in the UK rather than overseas. And that farmers have access to new technologies. But first of all, we need to get the basics right. Secretary of State, I know that you share many of our ambitions for this most important of industries, and that you are an enthusiastic champion for farming around the cabinet table. However, the industry still has many unanswered questions. For instance, the government's recently published white paper was not clear. Regarding agriculture, it said that, and I quote, "Continued high levels of market access are in the UK and EU's mutual interest." Whereas the financial sector had a very firm commitment in that same paper of having, and I quote again, "the freest possible trade." So, Secretary of State, what does that actually mean for farmers? Continued high levels of market access are in the UK and EU's mutual interest. Is that a commitment? Is it a statement of fact? I am sure many farmers in this room will tell you exactly what it is. It is time for clarity, Secretary of State. The Prime Minister said at Lancaster House that no deal is better than a bad deal. And I say to you, Secretary of State, that no deal on trade for agriculture is a bad deal. And a successful trade deal is the first of our vital ingredients for farming's success. In the long term, we should have an ambition to open up new global markets. But when we export about 3 times more food to Belgium than we do to Brazil, Russia, India, and China combined, how do we keep these important trade routes open and ensure a smooth transition to our new trading relationship? We commend the ambition to open up trade with new partners. But how, in reality, Secretary of State, will you keep food produced to a lower standard than our own from being imported here? Would the British public want us to start importing beef produced using growth-promoting hormones? Or chickens dipped in chlorine? British farmers produce food to world-leading standards. And we would expect all imported food to meet those same high standards. Four years ago, we met here in the shadow of Horsegate. I shall say no more about that. But, Secretary of State, let me be clear. No one will thank a government for doing bad deals with new partners quickly at the expense of keeping long-standing good deals alive. And on to our second vital ingredient, people. People are central to any business. Farm businesses are no different. Farming is reliant on being able to recruit both a permanent and seasonal workforce. And we have a very serious challenge right now. The horticulture and poultry sectors, which are reliant on seasonal temporary workers, are already struggling to recruit enough people to work in our fields and packhouses. And let's be clear, this is about employing willing, able, and productive people in large numbers. Up to 95,000 by 2021 on a seasonal basis. Secretary of State, we have offered you a solution and given you the evidence. Will you now urge your cabinet colleagues to work with us to sort this out as a matter of urgency? Put simply, British food production depends on it. In fact, the entire food chain depends on it. This isn't just a problem on farm, and it's not just an issue with seasonal workers. In December, we joined forces with 74 other food processors and retailers, with a combined turnover of £92 billion, to state, quite simply, that without a workforce, permanent and seasonal, it wouldn't matter what a new trade deal looks like. But the lights would go out in our biggest manufacturing sector, and food will rot in the fields. And Britain will lose the ability to produce and process its own food. That is not what a successful Brexit looks like. Our third ingredient, an agricultural policy anchored by three interlocking cornerstones. A policy that enhances the productivity and competitiveness of farm businesses. A policy that recognizes and rewards the environmental goods that farmers deliver. A policy that mitigates against the effects of volatility. Secretary of State, we can move towards an ambitious new system and a new policy where public investment is focused on farms becoming more profitable, more productive, and more progressive, and we are all up for that challenge. But, and this is important, only if the government secures the free trading arrangement we're asking for with the EU. Only if it ensures UK farmers are not disadvantaged by future trade deals outside the EU. And only if industry's labour needs are met. If we get a bad deal for farming, then measures to manage volatility, such as direct payments, will be even more crucial element in helping farm businesses remain viable in an uncertain world. Secretary of State, NFU members will also have been reassured by comments made by several of your colleagues, including your own Farm Minister last year, that the UK government will continue to give farmers as much support, or perhaps even more, as they get now. We must not be placed in a worse position than the rest of Europe. We need to remember that the rest of Europe will still be supporting its farmers. Secretary of State, government should not do anything which will make our own farming industry unable to compete with the rest of Europe. We need a thriving farming industry, and the commitments from your Farm Minister and other colleagues to maintain support levels will be welcomed by Britain's farmers. And I want to be clear that money invested by government into UK farming is money invested wisely. A new report by Development Economics today shows quite clearly that for every £1 of support farming receives, it gives back £7.40 to the British economy. And let's compare that to other projects. Crossrail, for instance, will deliver back £1.97 for every £1 invested. Perhaps more relevant to this room, though, is HS2, a project which will cut across many farms and take swathes of agricultural land out of production. Government figures show HS2 will deliver £2 back for every £1 invested. And I say again, farming already delivers £7.40 back for every £1 invested. Farming is good value for money. This investment, with the right trade and labour conditions, could deliver an even greater return to the country. Secretary of State, when we first met in the summer of last year, within weeks of the referendum, I asked you for two things: certainty in the short term and confidence for the long term. Believe me, you have our heartfelt, grateful thanks for providing certainty on payments until 2020. But now the real work begins. We need you and your ministerial team to now build on the strong foundations that you laid down in July, so that it is clear how and why the industry will be better off. NFU members want to deliver on a vision shared with government for an increasingly profitable, competitive, and sustainable food and farming sector. Britain has a right to expect improved food security and enduring economic growth. Put simply, farming contributes to the health and wealth of the British people. Secretary of State, I'll conclude by repeating the offer I made to you on behalf of British farmers that same month. We will work with you to achieve the best possible access to markets both in Europe and the rest of the world. We will help you to shape and deliver a new domestic ag policy, adapted to the needs of British farming and food production. We will support your work enabling farming to be more competitive and to have access to the labour it needs. And in return, we will all feel the benefits of a thriving, productive, and innovative food and farming industry. Conference, Secretary of State, if we together can make a success of Brexit for British farming, without argument, the sector most impacted by the decision to leave the EU, then we can all make a success of Brexit for Britain. Thank you. Thank you very much, Conference. Can I also say a big thank you to Yara UK for the sponsorship of the audio-visible production here this morning. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Andrea Leadsom, Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Over to you, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Myrig. As you rightly say, Myrig, food and farming faces some of the biggest changes of any sector as we leave the EU. But with change comes great opportunities for what is also by far the UK's largest manufacturing sector. This morning you've highlighted a number of those opportunities and challenges. So I do appreciate that your members are looking for clarity on specific issues, such as the future of direct payments, the prospects for seasonal agricultural workers, and access to the single market, to name just a few. And I don't for 1 minute underestimate the importance of these. Meeting with farmers in Somerset, Glamorgan, Sussex, Herefordshire, and in my own constituency of South Northamptonshire, I've heard the concerns of your members firsthand. And I want to be clear that as a major contributor to the UK economy, contributing close to £110 billion each year, there is no doubt that there will be support for our vital food and farming industry after we leave the EU. But I'm not going to stand here today and preempt the work the government is doing to get the best possible deal for the UK. Those negotiations will take time, and change is, of course, inevitable. But I want you to know that I will fight your corner at every opportunity and fight for the huge contribution you make to our communities, to our environment, and to our economy. So I don't have final answers today, but I do want this morning to outline my ambition for a future, more prosperous farming industry and the 5 principles we must follow if we are to achieve this. But first, I want to start by addressing CAP. For more than 40 years, British farming has operated within the EU. It's provided you with a guaranteed income and an element of certainty in an otherwise unpredictable world. In turn, you've provided us with food produced to the highest of standards. Nearly 86,000 farmers are eligible for BPS payments, and for some of you, I know it makes up as much as 70% of your bottom line. I understand how important these payments are to you. But we also know how flawed CAP is, how it ties you up in red tape, offers poor value for money, and fails to address the key issues you face. It's a blunt tool that offers little reward or recognition for the services you provide to this country, and it's desperately complicated. In 2015, too many farmers experienced delays and problems with their BPS payments. Lessons have been learnt, and I'm pleased that the RPA have made good progress with this year's claims. As of today, 95.5% of farmers have received their 2016 basic payment. But I do recognise that if you're one of the 4,000 still waiting, you need to know when you will get paid. So this week, I've secured agreement from the Treasury to offer a 75% bridging payment to anyone with an outstanding claim at the end of March. I'm determined that we will do so much better for farmers when we leave the EU. With a system based on simpler, more effective rules, we'll be free to grow more, sell more, and export more of our great British food. Now, my first priority on coming into this job was to guarantee Pillar 1 income to 2020 and Pillar 2 payments signed before we leave the EU for their lifetime. This was to provide continuity during this period of transition. But as the Prime Minister made clear, leaving the EU requires us to take a step back and ask ourselves, what kind of country do we want to be? And we must in turn ask the same question of farming. What kind of industry do we want to be? And how do we devise a system of support that properly takes into account the diverse types of farming and the challenges unique to each? So, for example, how can we ensure a more tailored approach, one that recognises the needs of hill farmers alongside those of arable farmers, and protects our precious uplands as well as our productive fenland? These are the kinds of questions the current system can't even pose, let alone answer. With 80% of DEFRA's work currently framed by EU activity, we now have a great opportunity, guided by our 5 principles, to strike the right balance. The first principle is trade. As a global trading nation with so much to offer the world, we're looking to build new partnerships and strike the best free trade deals for Britain. This year, exports of British food and drink topped £20 billion for the first time, a tremendous endorsement of our world-class products and the importance placed on British provenance. I've witnessed for myself the growing appetite for primary commodities like lamb, beef, and dairy, products we've built our name on and that increasingly attract worldwide demand. Without you, there would be no great British brand. But in spite of growing success, we know that only 1 in 5 British food and drink producers are currently exporting. So how can we encourage farmers, exporters, and newcomers to access new markets? I recognise that around 60% of exports go direct to the EU, and that 4 of our 5 biggest markets are there. The EU is our most important trading partner, a fact that won't change when we leave, and a relationship we are determined to uphold. As the Prime Minister outlined last month, we want tariff-free and frictionless cross-border trade with Europe. So with 0 tariffs and 0 non-tariff barriers as our starting point, we are striving for the best possible access for our farmers and food exporters. In 2016, exports grew by 9%, with growth in a number of key markets, including a 49% increase to China, 30% to Poland, and 17% to Spain. To get more companies taking advantage of export opportunities, such as the UK-China barley agreement, we have a dedicated government team working with potential exporters in the Great British Food Unit. They're helping to identify and open new markets for our award-winning produce, as well as providing the skills, knowledge, and contacts to take British businesses even further. Our International Action Plan for Food and Drink has identified a number of priority markets, including the US, China, and India, which offer the greatest potential to grow our exports. Farmers work hard to maintain our reputation for superb tasting, high-quality food, produced to high welfare and traceability standards. So let's spread that reputation further around the world. A sector that exports more will rely on a more productive workforce, using the latest technology and data. However, current CAP arrangements offer little investment or incentive, so I want to make productivity and innovation the second principle of a new farming system. Productivity is the major challenge for our economy as a whole, and the government's industrial strategy outlines the need to raise skills, leadership, and business management. We need to build on excellent initiatives like McDonald's Progressive Young Farmers and Bright Crop to demonstrate to talented young people that farming offers a great career. We've made some progress towards increasing the number of apprentices on farms, but how can we encourage a greater understanding of the food chain? And how can we help more people with the right skills into food and farming? And as for seasonal agricultural workers, I have heard loud and clear the vital role they play in many farm businesses, not least in the horticultural sector. But at the same time, we mustn't forget that a key factor behind the vote to leave the EU was to control immigration. So I want to find out what kind of labour you need in food processing as well as farming, whilst exploring the role that innovation can play in support of this. As I've travelled the UK, I've seen a whole raft of new technologies that complement the workforce. This government has invested £450 million in agri-food research and development. And I was pleased to see that under the leadership of Peter Kendall and Jane King, AHDB have placed innovation, productivity and knowledge exchange at the heart of their new strategy. And today's Feeding the Future report sets out the research and development required to modernise farming over the next 20 years. But I know there are also a large number of farms that are yet to seize these opportunities. So how, in the future, can we help farmers to secure the capital they need to enhance innovation? And how can we help them combine together to improve their power and influence in the supply chain? I want to use this opportunity to allow innovation to flourish, not just for the sake of productivity, but also as a means of improving the landscape around us. And this leads me to our third principle, the environment. British farmers don't only produce world-class food, but as part of that process, they care for and shape some of our most iconic landscapes. Yet whilst 70% of our land is farmed, just a small percentage of funding is directed towards the provision of these environmental services. So alongside a fair return from the market, farmers must feel incentivised and rewarded for caring for the environment. The current CAP has improved over recent years, but in trying to do more for the environment, farmers have found themselves confronted with unnecessary bureaucracy. So as we leave the EU, we have an opportunity to take a fresh look at these schemes and think about what mechanisms are needed to promote the twin goals of productive farming and environmental improvement. I want to consider, for example, how we're going to strike the right balance between national frameworks for support measures whilst tailoring them to local landscapes and catchments. And how can we incentivise as many farmers as possible to undertake environmental improvements on their land? The farmer cluster concept, pioneered by the Game and Wildlife Conservation Trust and Natural England, is a great example of how farmers can come together at a landscape scale to farm productively whilst delivering greater outcomes for soil, water and wildlife, such as boosting the number of grey partridge in Lincolnshire or harvest mice in Hampshire. We all know that good farmers produce excellent food at the same time as improving the environment. And by increasing the use of technology alongside traditional farm husbandry, more farmers will be able to achieve both of these things. So the fourth principle underpinning a new agricultural support policy must be the promotion of animal and plant health and welfare. British food is renowned and respected for its high standards of animal welfare, food safety, and food traceability. It's one of the most compelling reasons for consumers around the world wanting to buy British. And we've gone further and faster than many in the EU when it comes to improving welfare standards. We were in the vanguard of banning veal crates, sow stalls, and battery cages. And our 2015 manifesto states that high animal welfare standards will be incorporated into international trade agreements. I'm committed to honouring this pledge and working with industry to improve our welfare standards whilst ensuring that we are not put at a competitive disadvantage. The Union flag represents all that's great about our food. We're in the top 4 in the world for animal welfare, and leaving the EU will not change that. We must also respond to the global threat of antimicrobial resistance. This government wants to see a reduction in the unnecessary use of antibiotics in animals without putting health and welfare at risk. Last month, I went to meet Abby Reader, Wales's Woman Farmer of the Year, on her dairy farm, where she's been able to reduce antibiotic use by as much as 40% and improved milk productivity as a result of careful investment in a better equipped dairy parlour. So in the same way we led from the front on animal health and welfare, I want us to do the same on AMR. So the fifth and final principle for our future policy thinking is that of resilience. Farming is often tough because it faces a unique combination of risks, ranging from the price of oil and commodities to the threat of flood and storm damage. One of the biggest risks facing the industry, though, is the continuing threat of bovine TB, a disease that last year led to the slaughter of 28,000 cattle in England, and I'm sure that many of you in this hall will have had personal experience in your own herds. It's a disease that can devastate a rural economy and the families and individuals dependent on it. I know from my constituents farming in the Edge area the stress and anxiety of testing day and the physical risks they, their workers and vets face when trying to get cattle through the crush. No farmer should have to go through this. And that's why I am committed to our 25-year eradication strategy. Last summer, we rolled out the cull to 7 additional areas, all of which were successful. And this year, I want to extend that even further. Now, it's thanks to you and the efforts of farmers on the ground that our strategy is working, and that we are now close to declaring half of England officially TB-free 2 years ahead of schedule. But that's no reason to take a step back. In fact, if anything, we must increase our efforts. This government will continue to work with you to use every tool at our disposal to beat this disease and ultimately end the blight of bovine TB for good. The past few months have also been very worrying for the poultry sector. The housing order we've implemented to reduce the spread of avian influenza remains in place until the 28th of February. But if the veterinary assessment stays the same, we hope to be able to take a more targeted approach to controls in England, and we'll be making further announcements shortly. But disease isn't the only challenge you face, as your recent flood manifesto identified. The Morpeth Flood Alleviation Scheme is just one example of how farmers can provide crucial storage to reduce the risk of flooding. And we're not just protecting homes and villages. Our 6-year capital floods programme will better protect an extra 1 million acres of prime farmland by 2021. So from flooding to market volatility and disease, as we leave the EU, what policies do we need to help and support farmers to manage risk? So to conclude, these are the 5 principles that will frame the future of food and farming policy. Since last summer, we've been having regular discussions with organisations from across the sector and beyond. But today, based on these principles, we are stepping up this engagement to ensure we hear as many views from as many different perspectives as possible. On Thursday, I'll be meeting ministers from each of the devolved administrations in Edinburgh. And throughout March and April, we will be holding a network of events right across the country where ministers and officials will be able to hear your views firsthand. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform our food and farming policies, and it's vital that you are the key part of this process. It is only with the hard work of farmers that we can put quality food on our tables, that we can drive our valuable exports, and that we can improve our environment. That's why I'm determined that we should follow these 5 principles to guide us through a period of change and provide a foundation for the sort of industry we want to build over the coming years. I want farmers to thrive outside the EU, and I will fight to get you the best deal at home, in Brussels, and around the world. So by working together, I'm confident a stronger industry and a bright and prosperous future awaits British farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State, for that presentation. Now, time is extremely short. Can I please ask Mr. Guy Poskett, Mr. John Davies, Deputy President of NFU Cymru, and Tom Rigby to go to a microphone, please. Can I thank you very much, Secretary of State, for those comments. Thank you for the commitment that you've given that you will create bridging loans for the farmers who will not get paid by the end of March. And again, delighted to hear you acknowledge how farmers, British farmers, are producing to the highest welfare standards anywhere in the world, one of the highest. I'm delighted to hear you say that. And I'm going to sort of thank you for saying how you want us to be very much the key part of the process of building that thriving industry going forward. That's so important, working together. So we'll take you up on that, and hopefully we can carry on the discussion in the sort of weeks and months ahead. Now, time is extremely short. We're on a very tight timetable. I'm sorry. I have been given a promise by the Secretary of State and a team that the huge number of questions that have come forward for this session, they will be answered, the majority of them will be answered by the team in the sort of weeks ahead. You'll all have an answer to your question. So we'll get through as many questions as possible in the next 10, 15 minutes. But please, the people I've asked to come forward, sharp, short questions, single-sentence questions if possible, no statements, otherwise I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you off. So we'll take 3 questions and then we'll follow up from that. So, Mr. Guy Poskett, first of all, please.
Secretary of State, bearing in mind over 80% of the workforce in horticulture are non-UK nationals, what guarantees has the Secretary of State got that we still have a both skilled and unskilled but essential workforce post-Brexit? What plans has government got in the interim to reintroduce a seasonal worker scheme to ensure we have an immediate workforce to harvest our crops?
Thank you, Guy. We'll take 3 questions. John Davies.
Conference, Bore Secretary of State, for the last 40 years, the NFU has fought to ensure we have a common agricultural policy across Europe. As we develop the successor to the CAP, one of NFU Cymru's key objectives is that there is a level playing field in terms of support available amongst the UK's home nations. Secretary of State, will you commit to working with your counterparts in Cardiff, Edinburgh and Belfast to ensure that a future policy delivers that level playing field arrived at through mutual consent? Thank you.
Thank you, John. And Tom Rigby, please.
Thank you. I think you've already asked her the same question and she's partly answered it, so it might show.
Reinforce the question, Tom.
If we strike a free trade deal with countries on the other side of the Atlantic, will that food produced to our standards or theirs? And how can we ensure that American first juggernaut doesn't push our cherished red tractor into the ditch?
Thank you, Tom. And before I ask the Secretary of State to comment, Mr. Mike Madders and Sarah Dawson, please, if you can make your way to a microphone. Secretary of State.
Thank you. Yeah. So in terms of the workforce, the Prime Minister has made very clear in terms of the existing EU workforce that she stands ready to guarantee all current EU workers, for whom we are all incredibly grateful for their commitment. They remain very welcome here. She wants to be able to agree their continued residence here and rights here in the UK as soon as possible, subject to confirmation of reciprocal rights for UK citizens resident in Europe. She's already made that offer to the EU and seeks to negotiate for that as soon as possible. In terms of future agricultural needs for workforce, including seasonal agricultural workforce, we are absolutely looking at this issue within the Brexit Cabinet Committee, which I sit on. It's a cross-government issue, and we are extremely aware of it. And I'm very grateful to the NFU for the contribution that you make in terms of assessing and analysing exactly what the needs are for seasonal and skilled workforce from across the world. So the second question. The UK single market is absolutely vital. Again, as the Prime Minister has said, the single market in the UK is the most important market to all of the devolved administrations. I've had some excellent meetings with my ministerial colleagues from the DAs, and I know you have Leslie Griffiths coming tomorrow. I will continue to do that. I've met with NFU Wales and with NFU Scotland, with Welsh farmers, with Scottish farmers, and we'll continue to meet with them and, of course, our colleagues in Northern Ireland to make sure that we ensure a level playing field for all UK farmers as we leave the EU. That's an absolute commitment. In terms of the free trade agreement, and particularly the reference to the Atlantic and the red tractor, I'm a huge fan of the red tractor, and there's absolutely nothing's going to knock that into a ditch as far as I'm concerned. And of course, food standards are key. I already mentioned in my speech we have a manifesto commitment on animal welfare standards in international free trade agreements. We will remain committed to ensuring a level playing field to our high standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Madders, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister, as you acknowledge, farmers up and down the country and the NFU are putting an enormous amount of effort and considerable sums of their own money into setting up badger control areas to help you deliver your 25-year bovine tuberculosis eradication strategies. Will you match this commitment by lifting the limit of 10 new licences per year and promising to issue badger control licences to any area that meets the stringent standards set out by Natural England? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Now I believe it's Peter Gadd, not Sarah Dawson. It doesn't look like Sarah to me.
Mr. President, conference, I'm not quite as pretty, but nevertheless, the question is just as relevant. Secretary of State, DEFRA have a manifesto commitment to grow more, buy more, and sell more British food. How can UK fruit and vegetable growers grow more food when so many of the essential crop protection products are being so rapidly removed from the crop protection toolbox, while simultaneously failing to have access to any effective new alternatives?
Thank you, Peter. Again, before I ask the Secretary of State to respond, could I ask Max Seeley and either Will Dickinson or Robert Stacey to find a mic, please? Secretary of State, TB.
Thank you. Yeah. So I completely recognise, as I said, the amazingly sound work of farmers in getting up, going out all night long and dealing with this issue for themselves and the costs incurred and so on, and also the very genuine misery that I've seen at first hand that is incurred by this terrible disease. I'm completely in support of you. And what I can say is that Natural England will be reviewing all of the applications for new licences for next year, and they will be assessing them all on their merits and making their decisions in the early part of next summer, and more than that I can't say at this point. In terms of the DEFRA commitment to growing more, selling more and exporting more, I think you mean pesticides and herbicides. And what I can say specifically about glyphosate, which I know is one of the potentially totemic issues for farmers in this country, is that we have absolutely fought for that reprieve that was given last summer, and we continue to believe that glyphosate has plenty of scientific evidence to suggest that it's safe for continued use, and we will continue to support that. But of course it's quite clear that to look at the fact that as we leave the EU, we will continue to look at the science, to be evidence-based, and to choose and license those products that will benefit the farmers and our food production, whilst at the same time protecting our environment.
Thank you. Max Seeley first, please, and then Robert, I believe it is Robert Stacey. Max.
Good morning, Secretary of State. In light of Natural England's failure to get countryside stewardship payments and agreements out as promised, and in light of the fact that we still have 4,000 claimants waiting for their BPS, is the Secretary of State confident that both her delivery agencies, Natural England and the RPA, have the resources and IT they need to deliver schemes competently?
Thank you, Max. And Robert Stacey.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary of State, nationally it's been estimated that 2/3 of farmers and farmland have been affected by fly tipping, and it's clearly a problem that's not going away. In my own county of Essex, it has reached industrial scale, with over 116 lorry loads of 20 tonnes or more dumped since September. Can you tell me and this conference, please, what strategy this government will put in place to ensure that Britain's precious farmland is not used as a dumping ground and that farmers are not left to deal with the aftermath of this criminal activity? Thank you.
Resource and fly tipping.
Yeah. So Natural England, as you'll know, process the countryside stewardship application forms, and then the RPA makes those payments. The NE is working 7 days a week, flat out, to get those countryside stewardship agreements out and in place just as soon as possible. And they're making very good progress, and we expect that to be completed within the next few weeks. Absolutely clear that in the last changes to the systems that were made in 2014, 2015, there were a tremendous number of difficulties. I think the RPA has really worked hard to get that back under control this year. They've improved things immeasurably, and I can only reaffirm my commitment to making sure that they absolutely do have the right level of resources, and I think we're already seeing improvements in the performance over last year. In terms of fly tipping, I completely agree with you. It is a massive problem. Now, of course, as things stand, it's for local councils and the Environment Agency to catch and to prevent and to enforce on fly tippers. And we are, in fact, at the moment looking with our national litter strategy at what more can be done right across all these areas. So I share your concern. It's raised with me quite often by colleagues in the House of Commons who give me anecdotal examples, and I've had some very specific cases that I've followed up on. But it is something that we are looking at very closely in the context of our litter strategy.
It is a huge concern to our members, particularly the cost involved of cleaning up after the fly tipping has actually taken place, and that is putting huge strains on farm businesses when it's no fault to the farmer.
Absolutely.
So please,
agree.
if you could follow that through. We have written to the Justice Secretary of State, and we've written to the Association of Chief Constables as well. So it's very much on the minds of lots of our members at the present time.
Now, I do apologise to the conference that the clock is ticking. The Secretary of State has to get back to London for a National Security Council. Perhaps I'm not supposed to say that. Meeting. But I've had an assurance there was a huge number of questions came forward. I think it was 49 in total. And I've got this assurance that those questions will be answered and we will have replies to those in the weeks ahead. So thank you all very much for your questions. Thank you for your contribution this morning. Can I, on behalf of Council, thank you, Secretary of State, very much for coming along. And again, I'm heartened to hear how you're going to champion farming, British farming, around the Cabinet table. We will need all the support that we can get. But I'll still remind you, for every pound that's invested into British farming, you see a return of £7.40. You cannot ask for a better percentage return than that. And we are there. We want to be productive. We have to be profitable, but we can be there for the benefit of Britain. So thank you again for coming along. And now it gives me great delight to hand over to Minette for the next session while I escort the Secretary of State from the auditorium. Thank you very much.
Well done. Well done. I'll kick off. Yeah. Hopefully I'm live now and you can hear me. It's a huge privilege to be chairing this session. I think there's still a little bit of summing up to be done after the Secretary of State's speech, but we're going to crack on with this session because I think this is going to help colour in the picture on trade. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Ali Renison, who's Head of Europe and Trade Policy at the IOD, and Ian Wright, who is Director General of the Food and Drink Federation. Without further ado, Ali, I'm going to hand over to you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Just to make sure everyone can hear me. And I want you to sort of leave aside what is clearly an American accent. I'm not necessarily here to start advocating for hormone-treated beef at this moment in time. And in case anyone from the government is listening, I do have a UK passport and I am allowed to be here. It was really interesting when I came in. There's obviously there was some people talking from the sort of Protect Badgers movement, and one of the things that I said to them was, potentially that as a result of leaving the EU, we could start to develop our own skin test potentially to sort of pave the way possibly in the future for a cattle vaccination alternative to the badger cull. And they thought, oh, I hadn't thought about that. So just sort of, I'll talk about sort of what the benefits and drawbacks of that are in a moment. But I think sort of Brexit is one of those things that sort of, it's a combination. When you look at the opportunity element, it's one of those things where on the one hand, there are some things that the EU has potentially held us back from doing. But I think in other areas, it provides sort of a kick up the backside to do things that we probably always should have done. But now sort of the time is more relevant than ever. I want to sketch out sort of my opening remarks are kind of divided between Brexit-related sort of issues on trade and then also sort of post-Brexit trade policy. We have a big Brexit report coming out tomorrow, which has given me many sleepless nights over the last 3 months. And I sort of want to sort of echo some of that. Some of the things are wide, sort of apply to all sectors, and then there's some issues in particular of interest and relevance to farming, agri-food, agriculture. Obviously, I think trade policy, everyone knows, and if you don't, you should, that trade policy is one of those things where it has a serious impact, sometimes for good and sometimes for worse on agriculture. And it's always one of the most contentious aspects when it comes to trade liberalization and negotiations, and I don't expect it to necessarily be any different in the context of Brexit. On Brexit, I want to sort of structure what I'm saying first around sort of questions of process, because they're not actually boring things. They potentially mean a lot for the negotiations. What we think sort of the priority outcomes that we want. Talk a bit about sort of what I think are sort of truths and fallacies about different models, etc. And then about sort of how business can prepare, and then sort of quickly move on to post-Brexit trade policy. I am quite worried that there is scope very early on in the negotiations for a big clash over not only how much we're going to pay as part of our exit fee, but also to a certain extent about how the sequencing is going to go. And one of the things that we're certainly going to be calling for is, I think there is, the Prime Minister has tackled what I would call one half of the cliff edge, in the sense that she said once a deal is reached, we'll have a sort of phased implementation process, which we commend her for doing, even though it also to some extent depends on the EU agreeing to that, as so many other things. The other concern that we have is that there's no kind of countenance of the idea that this might stretch on. The whole divorce plus negotiation of a new framework takes longer than 2 years. And so what happens when you reach the 2-year mark and you're not sure about whether you're going to be able to extend it or not? What we don't want, obviously we've sort of set out and we'll be setting out that moving back to sort of world trade organizations and quote-unquote most favored nation rules to govern trade between the UK and the EU are highly undesirable. And I think what we're particularly worried about is that this clash early on over how the negotiations should be structured, how long they will take, etc., will lead to people sort of saying, let's dispense with, at the moment, the negotiations and just go straight to WTO rules. And I'll come on in a bit to why it's not just a tariff question, about why that's a very undesirable scenario. So we think there is a big sort of incentive for both the government and at some point the EU, once Article 50 is triggered, to make sure that the message is delivered, that the focus remains, the absolute priority remains getting a deal that is right on content and doesn't just focus on doing this at lightning speed. It has to be a balance of those two priorities. And then when we talk about sort of there are different ways that you can sort of, I think, avoid that cliff edge. One of them, and is probably politically quite difficult to maneuver, is that if we get to the 2-year mark and no full framework has been negotiated or concluded, does that mean that you basically stay in the EU until it's done, or do you negotiate kind of an extension interim arrangements, which is fine on the one hand, but then you have a big issue around who enforces those mechanisms for trade, cross-border enforcement, dispute resolution, etc., if it's not the Commission, if it's not the Court of Justice. And the difficulty, again, there is that the EU is at the moment about to start its mid-2020 strategy review. It's going to start doing negotiations for a long-term 7-year budget starting from 2020. The cap always seems to be in a process of being reformed. At what point will that cease to apply to the UK? And so these are all the sort of process issues that I think the government has to tackle, and we've set out some suggestions tomorrow about how they could do that. But coming to priority outcomes, and I think there wasn't a really big cross-business-wide outcry when the Prime Minister announced that the UK wouldn't be seeking to be a formal member of the single market. And I think that's to some degree a reflection of acceptance of what not only the Prime Minister was saying, but also time constraints posed by Article 50, and also what other EU leaders were saying. In the sense that if you were trying to go for an off-the-shelf model like Norway, the EEA, where you basically have to accept free movement, it was going to be very difficult to try, if we take what sort of Angela Merkel and all the other EU leaders were saying at face value, they said you have to have free movement, no controls are possible. And so I think what the government probably looked at this and said, given the tight time frame we have, is it worth going down the route of trying to sort of remain a member of the single market in this off-the-shelf model, but negotiate controls that will ultimately prove impossible, and then move to a plan B? Or do we go with the plan B, the FTA, first to make sure we have the maximum time to allow it? And I think that's why sort of people have been pragmatic about sort of moving on from whether we are or aren't going to be a member of the single market. I think it's very important in terms of the priority outcomes that we've stressed. I sense a sort of growing consensus that, you know, we'll get a deal on zero for zero tariffs, except for maybe in agriculture. And I think, you know, we've stressed that it's very important to make sure that agriculture forms part of that sort of continuation of tariff-free access. Particularly because when it comes to the Irish Republic, Northern Irish border, there's a big issue for obviously poultry, dairy, and sort of meat trade there to make sure that tariffs aren't there, because one of the things that the Secretary of State mentioned earlier, which is a bit of a double-edged sword, is that the EU will remain our biggest trade partner for a long time to come. So on the one hand, you could expect a lot of that trade to continue because of those sort of commercial relationships between suppliers, sort of processors, cross-border are there. On the other hand, it means that any change to sort of tariffs, anything that makes it harder for, or rather sort of easier to put in customs checks, you don't want to get into a situation when it comes to food to have it sort of be having to sort of stay in warehouses. This isn't sort of steel, you know. And I think that's why it's, we were quite critical during the so-called steel crisis. I say so-called in February because it's been going on for a long time. We didn't think that, you know, there was an argument for putting in really punitive import tariffs on Chinese steel because we didn't think that targeted the problem. And there was a whole debate that kicked off about should you have a steel industry, a foundation industry, what does that constitute? I think the argument is a bit more different for food when it comes to food security. And I think people recognize that. And agriculture is always treated very differently, and there are more sensitivities when it comes to trade policy. But we're very clear that agriculture has to form part of that sort of tariff-free extension going forward. It may be that over time, it's very hard from a sort of someone who advocates for free trade to conceive of this, but very often what you have in trade liberalization agreements, but the US is very good at doing this, particularly with smaller countries, is opening up their markets, their own markets, but doing sort of basically having tariff phase out over a period of 20 to 30 years. And so my fear is that as sort of compromise, but I suppose it's better than having tariffs imposed you know, right away, is that potentially you have the EU suggesting a phase-in of tariffs over time. You know, I think that's sort of certainly better than having them put in right away, but it doesn't get away from the issue, and that's why we've called for a joint customs cooperation committee to be started right as soon as basically the withdrawal process is completed. The EU has lots of joint customs cooperation committees with countries with whom it doesn't have an FTA, China, the US, for example. So we want to start that process of dialogue as quickly as possible. And then it was interesting, I was at the Food and Drink Federation conference in November, and you had David Goodhart there, who is a bit of a controversial figure, and he kind of spoke to the audience and said it's your fault that sort of, you know, people don't like free movement and you rely too much on cheap labor. And there's this mistaken assumption, I think, that you know, it's just sort of high value add skills that we're talking about making sure that we preserve. You know, immigration is not just an issue, or sort of, we understand it's a sensitive issue overall, and we see the futility to a certain extent of continuing to insist on free movement, but we don't buy into this sort of high skill versus low skill approach that I think people tend to put when it comes to sort of what does business need. Business needs a variety of different skill sets, some of which aren't provided for at the domestic level. And I think one of the things that that Brexit might force, in a sense, is if there are serious restrictions put in on sort of seasonal workers from outside of the UK and from the EU to come in, I think the alternative is only going to have to be for businesses to either pay higher wages or potentially look at what I think the Secretary of State was presenting this in a very sort of positive light about looking at what innovation can do to sort of take up some of the slack in that respect. Coming to the other thing I want to mention about what we think is very important to retain is principles underpinning state aid control. There is no point in having an agreement with the EU whereby you agree to continue with no tariffs and then producers on both sides are free to basically subsidize the producers, which effectively erodes any kind of trade balance that you have between the countries. So I think it's very important to make sure that those principles are retained. The question mark then becomes, as with much of this, about enforcement. Who enforces these rights? We know that the government doesn't want to have the Court of Justice having any jurisdiction, but given the integration of our markets, and if you want those sort of cross-border level playing field rights and obligations to continue, you have to have an enforcement mechanism to make sure that people respect those rights. For all that, it was interesting, we took a delegation of IOD members over to Brussels last year, and the wheels turn slowly in Brussels, obviously. But we took a member who had a particular gripe. Excuse me, it's not agriculture, but it's quite a pertinent example of sometimes how having that kind of cross-border enforcement mechanism can work to your favor, in your favor. And he said, "Listen, I just got given sort of won a sort of tender to build a factory in France, and having secured the contract, I got there and was told, well, I can't actually build the plant because I have to have a specific type of construction insurance, and they won't accept my UK-based provider." So we took it to the Commission and said, this is a clear breach of non-discrimination rules in the single market. And within about 3 months, the Commission had basically ordered for the French government to change this part of its insurance law to bring it into line with sort of non-discrimination rules. And so I think we have to realize that we potentially are losing a big part of that enforcement mechanism, and it's very important to replace that to a certain extent. And I was in Paris a couple of weeks ago, and I went to go see a couple of business organizations, and I said, what are your members' biggest concerns about the post-Brexit trading relationship? And they said, having that level playing field, which is something that I heard echoed by the NFU president. I am not someone who is here to sort of say that, we should protect ourselves against all other imports and competition. I do think, however, that after Brexit, there is going to be a debate that is unleashed that has really sort of migrated to date to the European level about how we do domestic support, but also what kind of trade policy we want to have. And I think we need to find the right balance between effectively saying no to sort of increased import competition. We are a net importer, particularly in lots of areas within agriculture. But making sure that we don't, the argument against increased import competition when it comes to differing standards is a genuine one, and is not one to say we want to shield all of our producers from increased choice for consumers. And I think getting that balance right is going to be a big test of the government at the moment. More generally, and coming back to what I was saying at the beginning of my interaction with the Badger Cull protesters. It's interesting, this kind of tension about we could do a lot of things differently in the UK, but they have the potential to constrain our access to the biggest market currently. So we could develop a Diva skin test, which allows you to sort of tell whether a cattle is infected or not. But if the EU doesn't recognize it, that potentially means that a lot of our exports are closed off to the European market. And so I think a lot of what Brexit and this free trade arrangement will entail is making sure that we set up, we're not starting from here. We have uniform sort of standards in so many areas. So a lot of what the FTA will be about is trying to set up those sort of mechanisms for regulatory cooperation. I remember listening to evidence that was given by the Agricultural and Horticultural Development Board to a Common Select Committee a couple of weeks ago. And he said, I don't like this term free trade agreement, because a lot of the agreements that matter for our sector are technical agreements done at sort of a bilateral level. So I think the hope with that is that some of these sort of mechanisms and dialogue, when it comes to, for example, the European Food Safety Authority or agency, I can't remember, the one that has been set up sometimes as the bogeyman of ensuring and enforcing the precautionary principle, which leads to what a lot of people perceive to be quite high standards set at the EU level. Are we going to completely dispense with it, or are we going to maintain observer status like Switzerland has, for example? These are the areas that I think are very important for the government to get going on now, because it may be that in a lot of these areas, you don't have to wait for the free trade agreement to start setting out relations for the future. So I'll stop there.
Ali, thanks very much indeed. I'm particularly interested in your conversations on the way in here, but perhaps we can follow up on them shortly. But a very warm welcome, please, to Ian Wright, Director General of the Food and Drink Federation, who is going to very much, hopefully, set the scene. You've got some really good news to tell, Ian, on future investment into the sector.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I think I'm the first Food and Drink Federation representative for many years to speak to this conference. So it's an honour, and it's pretty daunting to speak in front of you. It wasn't quite as daunting, but it was quite funny walking in this morning. I mean, I have to say I hadn't expected the slightly inchoate nature of the protest outside and the rather Anglo-Saxon discussion, and I'm not really talking Beowulf or Chaucer here, that went on as I came in. And I'm going to talk to some of you over lunch to just rehearse what my answer should have been, so I can do it when I go out. Apologies. I have a speech, and I'm bloody well going to give it. So and I can't see you, so if you're walking out, it'll be fine. I'm obviously not a farmer. But I do want to reassure you that I have actually chosen to live in the countryside for the last 30 years. And I've had a series of real moments of understanding the absolute connection that we have with our countryside, with our farmers and our food, through knowing some really wonderful people. My friend Chris Hartwright, who farms at Tiverton in Worcestershire, and my friend Dave Copley, who farms where I live now in Whissendine in Rutland. Those are connections which I value, and I'm in awe, actually, of the work you do. It seems to me that something which we all need to recognise, and it's something that isn't stated very often, is that food is at the heart of our national security. If you can't feed the country, you haven't got a country. So perhaps it was appropriate that the Secretary of State was leaving for the National Security Council, although it probably wasn't the most sensible thing for Murrig to tell us that. Some words about exports. Today, the Secretary of State referenced our export performance. It has been absolutely spectacular this year. Of course, it's aided by the devaluation in the pound, and I'll say a bit more about the consequences of the devaluation in a couple of minutes. But the performance is really remarkable, with an over 10% increase in the value of our food exports, and a particular improvement in our exports to, as she said, the United States and China, and to a number of other countries, very marked improvements in the export performance. But it is absolutely true that our food exporting potential is untapped. There is a real opportunity for us in that, and that is one of the reasons to be cheerful about Brexit, because over the long term it should give us some great opportunities. But over the short term, and most of us will operate, I suspect, in the short and medium term, over the short and medium term, the absolute centrality of, if centrality is a word, I'm not sure it is, the absolutely central nature of the need to protect and enforce our trade agreement with Europe is critical to everybody in this room and to every one of my members. Europe is absolutely the most important trading partner we have, and as I'll say in a minute, Ireland itself The Republic of Ireland is pretty much the most important trading partner we have within the European Union. So we're committed to work with you on doing everything we can to ensure that that deal is done. I also take the view, and I think this is where Ali was going, I also take the view that the transition deal is absolutely critical. Indeed, I've started saying to ministers that I think it's more important in some ways, and certainly more urgent, that they get the transition deal right before they start worrying about the free trade agreement. Because the transition deal and the transition thank you very much. The transition arrangements have the real capacity to completely derail us. I mean, just imagine if we don't get the transition deal right. Just imagine what Operation Stack will look like as it curves round the M25. And if you think that is a joke, and it was sort of a joke, if you think that is a joke, just remember one thing. Remember the year 2000 and the fuel drivers' strike. In just 4 days, the chaos that they wrought nearly brought down the Blair government, which was at that time one of the most popular we've ever had. And it certainly very nearly brought the country to a grinding halt. This country is so interdependent. It has such sophisticated logistics, transport, and regulation that the slightest hitch at our customs posts and our borders could cause chaos. And it could cause penury for those whose goods and products are stuck at those borders. So it is right that the Prime Minister should talk about a frictionless border, but we need to define frictionless pretty blooming quickly, and we need arrangements in place that guarantee that that lack of friction is there even more speedily. I also think that if you think of Ireland in the context of our discussions with the European Union, if you think of Ireland as the worked out example of how the future relationship will work, you can't go far wrong. Now, cross-border trade in Ireland is absolutely critical. For better or worse, and I think it is for much better, the island of Ireland is effectively a single market for food and farming. So if it cannot operate as a single market, we will see serious consequences in all sorts of unmentionable directions. And just think of this. I used to work for Diageo, the company that makes Johnny Walker and Guinness. It also makes Baileys. 1 in 5 cows across the island of Ireland produces milk for Baileys. If you are the producer of milk in Northern Ireland for Baileys, your milk crosses the border 5 times before the bottle is sold. 5 times. Imagine the damage that would be wrought by having to go through customs posts on each of those 5 occasions. And indeed, the same is true for meat and poultry in the north and in the south. Many, many times products cross the border. And think of the impracticality of that situation. There are 200 roads that cross the border between Ireland and Northern Ireland. Even at the height of the Troubles, the army could only police 20 of them. That's 180 open opportunities for smuggling. It's a serious practical problem. The government has begun to see Ireland as the kind of central worked out example of Brexit working or failing. But it needs to move quicker to resolve some of those concerns. And it needs to do so not simply for us in the UK, but for the Republic of Ireland as well. I've spent quite a lot of time talking to Irish politicians and officials in the last 6 months, and I know their level of very, very deep concern about the arrangements that are to follow. And it's important that we reflect those concerns, because actually Ireland is our best friend in Europe and has the potential to be our best ally in the negotiations to come. And in those negotiations, let me explain to you very, very briefly what the FTF is standing for. In fact, I hardly need to, because Murrig has almost made my speech for me. The three pillars that he was talking about labour, trade, and a fantastically effective agricultural policy, are at the heart of what we want too. And I can say to you with great pleasure that the relationship between the Food and Drink Federation and manufacturers and the NFU has never been closer. And that's really important, because at this moment of both national opportunity and potentially great disadvantage, we need the whole of the food supply chain, from farming to fork, to speak with one voice. That is our... So let me say thank you to Murrig, to Minette, and to Guy, and a particular thanks to my very good friend Terry Jones, not just for leaving me standing here, but also for the huge work that he and his team put in. And I also want to say to you something that you may not know. There are 45 trade associations across the food manufacturing sector. You may blanch at that a bit, 45. It is, I have to admit, sometimes a bit like that moment in life of Brian where you encounter the People's Front of Judea and the Judean Popular Front. It's not entirely clear to me how we have 45 trade associations, but it is entirely clear to me that quite often it was the FDF's fault. Various of my predecessors have managed to brass off all kinds of sectors of the food supply chain, and so I'm doing my very best to put that right. But this round table on food production, the round table on food and drink, is becoming one of the most effective tools we have to get the answers, to speak with one voice, and to join Terry and all of you in making the case for British food. I will say just one or two words about the other elements beyond trade of our concerns on Brexit. One is on food regulation. The Great Repeal Bill has the potential to be an extremely effective mechanism for bringing home regulation. But it is very important, and I think we were going in this direction earlier in the discussion, it is very important that while we recognise and respect the role of the devolved assemblies, it is very important that we do not exchange a single market in food regulation imposed by the EU for 4 individual markets in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland and England. That would be a pretty rubbish exchange. So we want food regulation. We absolutely endorse the call for the standards of food regulation to be the highest possible in this country, because our shoppers and consumers deserve no less. But we must have a single body of regulation, albeit with local interpretations as necessary. Let me also say a brief word about labour. We employ 400,000 people in the food manufacturing industry, and those 400,000 people include 120,000 European workers. Now, those workers feel undervalued at the moment, and they are concerned about their future, not least because of the devaluation in the pound. We will have to fight hard to keep them, and they deserve a declaration that they are welcome here and that they are respected and that they are valued. And I would very much hope that on the day that the government triggers Article 50, they will see fit to give that declaration rather than try and play these people off as some balancing factor in a deal on Gibraltar or on the rights of British pensioners in Spain. They deserve attention on their own, as do the workers in the agricultural sector. And longer term, we need certainty about the way in which the quotas that will surely follow are judged for food and farming. We need a proper, open, transparent system. We need the right place for food and farming in that system. We do not want it to be relegated behind financial services or automotive industries or the aerospace industry, all of which have their rightful place. But we demand our rightful place too. We do not want to see some special provision for football managers and not to see special provision for the hugely important work done by Polish fishmongers in Grimsby or any other European workers across the food and farming chain. We will only get that deal, we will only get the best deal, we will only avoid a dog's Brexit if we stand together. We need to stand together, and that's my message to all of you. Whatever differences our various parts of the process have had in the past, the time to deal with those has gone. The next 2 years are the most crucial in the history of British food and farming. It is a matter of huge importance that we get the right deal. Indeed, it is a matter of national security. Thank you very much.
Ian, thank you so much. We're now going to open it up to questions, and if I can welcome up Malcolm Roberts to ask the first question. And if in the meantime, while Malcolm's finding the microphone, I can ask you, obviously, the European market, 75% of our wheat and barley, not to mention 38% of lamb going into the single market at the moment. Article 50's triggered, and 2 years to the WTO default, and we're potentially trading lamb with a 51% tariff. I'm just interested to know how you think, you talked very strongly about not taking our foot off the gas on negotiation. How long do you see that period? We know that agriculture is always the last chapter in any trade deal to be agreed. So how do you see that period? Because I think it links so importantly to the transition period. How do you see that panning out?
Yeah, and I think it's not just the EU. I think it tends to be with sort of bigger economies when they are sort of trading with smaller economies on whether to sort of open up their markets or not. And to some extent, just as a preface, caveat to my response, I would say that there is a benefit in the sense that this trade agreement is not supposed to be dealing with the really contentious issues of bridging areas of difference. We are starting here. We are trying to set a framework for what happens over time, particularly as regulations might diverge. Having said that, I think part of the problem is this disagreement over how to stage the negotiations. We hear the Commission saying you will do the withdrawal agreement first, you will be a third country negotiating, and then you hear something slightly different from different EU leaders. And I know that the EU is very wary about sort of the UK trying to divide and rule, but I do think that there are institutional tensions about sort of how you stage those negotiations. So in a sense, I think what you might end up having is 4 potential agreements. One is the withdrawal, one is an extension, one is the sort of actual substantial new framework, and the 4th is actually the implementation phase, which is supposed to be a phased implementation of that sort of agreement. And I think there are things that could be done at the outset. One of the problems with this is that politics still sort of colors so much of these discussions. I have had it up to here with people who basically are so desperate to justify the way they voted or where they advocated people voting in the referendum, that means that colors their entire view about how to go forward. No one who sort of voted to remain and felt quite strongly wants to acknowledge that there might be, I think people are still from that side stuck in these are all the challenges and oh my God, we're never going to find a solution. We need to start doing, and we're trying to do our bit with our paper out tomorrow with providing an array of different options. And then on the other side, you have people who voted to leave who are saying there will be no problems whatsoever, don't do anything to sort of drag on the negotiations. And, when you accede to the EU, you spend a long time sort of going through the chapters to make sure that you fit. I'm not saying it will be sort of like for like, but let's be realistic about sort of time frame. There are things that the government could do. For example, we know that as part of Article 50, you have to get all of the other EU leaders and governments to agree to extend if you want to. Why not do that at the start and say, let's agree that if we need to, we will have an in-principle agreement to extend the negotiating window by a set delimited period. And that potentially allows the government to say, okay, to the EU, you can do your withdrawal agreement first, but we need that makes sure that we have the time to do the second one first. The new framework thereafter. My concern is that no one wants to be seen to be dragging on the negotiations, when in fact we need to be a bit more realistic about making sure that it's the right deal that we get, not just a speedy exit. And potentially when people focus too much on speed, that's when you start getting the arguments about let's just move to WTO. And I think there's quite a live debate within the trade policy community right now about how certain the baseline that we would actually go to in the WTO is. We know what sort of the most favored nation rate on tariffs is, but we don't know what would replace a lot of the cooperation that we have, or sort of our participation in European agencies that are on an ongoing basis regulating basically products and market access between the different countries. So I think there are a lot of elements outside of tariffs that people don't really think about when they say, let's just move back to WTO rules.
Ian, just quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, I think the politics of this colours a lot of what happens. So I totally agree with what Ali said about people who were on either side rehashing the battles of the past and kind of drawing justification for their previous position. That's a complete waste of time. We are on our way out of this, out of the EU. We have to make the best of it. We have to make it work. And actually, there are opportunities. There are reasons to be cheerful, but there are also some really serious things to encounter. So let's get on with dealing with them. I totally agree with the point about getting up front the potential to go into overtime. And there's a long tradition of doing that in the EU, but the most important thing I can remember about the Good Friday Agreement, which is probably the most transformational political agreement this country has made since the war, is that it was supposed to happen on the Tuesday before. They were 3 days into overtime in the Good Friday Agreement when they got the agreement, and it didn't matter. Nobody cared about how long it took. It was that it was the right agreement. We need the right agreement now, and we need the right attitude to that. I'm hugely impressed. I never thought I'd utter this sentence. I'm hugely impressed with David Davis. He has been fantastic in this process. David Jones, who is his number 2, is also perhaps the most consultative minister I have ever encountered. And I think they really are approaching this in a spirit of absolute cooperation and collaboration. And we should be doing the same. And I think if we do that, we will get a decent outcome. Though, as I said earlier, I do think we should be focusing on the transition to take the pressure off on the free trade deal. Because if we can get the transition right, we will be acknowledging, and I think this is a fear that many of them have, if you have a too long transition, it's sort of you're never going to leave. Well, if you turn that on its head, actually the transition acknowledges that we are on the way out and that we're going to get the best possible exit. And I think that's the approach we should take.
Thank you, Ian. Conference, just to be really clear, you know, we feel very, very strongly about the transition period. And Ian, you talk about speaking with one voice. It is so, so important that this industry is speaking with one voice. We have brought all the farming organisations together, the farming unions that we work closely with at all times anyway. But we are really clear that we did not have a plan B in the run-up to the referendum. We asked about it. We were told very clearly, no, we do not need a plan B. There is clear evidence now, if we're going to go to transition, that we absolutely do need government to be resourcing a full impact assessment of what will happen to rural Britain if we are trading under WTO default rules in 2 years' time. And I think it would be foolhardy to sit here now and wait and see. You know, we didn't have that evidence before. We need it now. And I see that as a key part of the work of the one voice for food and farming. So without further ado, can I welcome Malcolm Roberts to ask the question?
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, panel, for the very interesting presentations. I'm sure everybody would agree with that. My question is, considering the complexity of British agriculture and the fact trade deals are likely to be achieved in the 11th hour, can I ask how the panel would encourage the government to deal with the position, particularly with the lamb production that starts in the uplands and finishes in the lowlands, can protect our export market, which is at present achieving 40% of production going into the EU, from becoming disadvantaged and the possibility of becoming a victim of a trade-off deal. Thank you.
And before we answer that, can I ask David Brooks and Mike Hambley to go to the microphone, please? So, Ali, obviously huge. I mean, I've talked about this on every platform that I've been on. There are many parts of the UK that can only grow grass. They can't make business alterations. You know, they're very much reliant on being in dairy or beef and sheep. Some thoughts on what Malcolm was saying?
I think one of the ways that the government can try and, from its own part, give confidence throughout the negotiations. And you have to be careful because, yes, we understand they can't give a running commentary. Having said that, the EU actually provided an interesting way of trying to build public confidence in the US-EU trade deal, so it published a negotiating mandate. I would expect the government to publish a negotiating mandate. I think, I don't like this argument that, everything needs to be secret being a panacea and carte blanche for we won't tell you anything. This is not a normal trade agreement. And so to some extent, I think that this is potentially less controversial than your average trade agreement because it's not talking about liberalizing anymore. It's trying to maintain what you have. And from my understanding, there aren't actually a huge amount of French farmers actually going around and saying, let's use this as an opportunity to make sure that we can sort of restrict competition, mainly because they're very concerned about making sure that the UK market is not sort of restrictive about when it comes to French wine, for example. So I think there are things that the government can do in tandem with the EU to basically build confidence on a case-by-case basis when agreement is reached in certain areas, sending out that those messages actually, that some elements of the negotiation have been completed. There are different ways in which you can sort of reassure the public. A lot of this has to do with, I think, extensive consultation on an iterative, ongoing basis throughout the negotiations about sort of what the updates are. The difficulty on the government side is that they don't want things to leak, obviously, but in spite of that, I think it's really important to make sure, sometimes I think trade bodies will compete with each other to make sure on certain issues outside of Brexit that they're getting the most recognition for it. There is a clear understanding across sectors that it is in their outcome to work together to push for priorities that maybe actually haven't reached the government successfully. So that the strength and numbers argument actually bolsters this sort of the case for saying, make sure that you are setting up working parties, department by department, sector by sector, to make sure that you're informing sort of industry on an ongoing basis about how progress is being updated.
Ali, thank you. Ian?
I think I don't have a lot to add to that. I think you're right. I think the one thing to just bear in mind, or two things to bear in mind. One is, it's quite unlikely that the real negotiations will start until after the German election. Given that the person who is anointed by Obama as the leader of the free world has to be re-elected, it seems somewhat unlikely to me that she's going to give concessions away ahead of the election, given the controversial nature of many of these issues in Germany. So we could best use that period to do some of the things Ali talked about agreeing what our relationship, for example, with the European Food Standards Agency should be, and how we intend to deal with those sorts of issues. That would be a great use of the first 4 or 5 months or 6 months of the pre-negotiation period. The second thing I'd say is, during the negotiations, you are going to hear loads of echoes and hear a whole load of complete nonsense about what's going on, because it will be in everybody's interests to put their, as Ali just said, if your particular case is number 15 on the negotiating list, by doing something that makes it look like it's really important, you have a real chance of getting it up to about number 7. You've got to assume that everybody will be playing that game, and probably us included. So there will be a lot of scare stories, there will be a lot of concerns, and there'll be a lot of legitimate concerns. So I would counsel you not to listen too closely to all the gossip from the forest, because quite a lot of it will be simply people trying to protect their own position. That said, I also think it's extremely unlikely that there won't be leaks. This is a process which involves 27 other governments. We know how good our own government is at leaking. You've got to assume that there are some really world-class leakers in some of the other governments, and therefore the chances of this negotiation being conducted in secret are about, well, let me put it this way. Murig and the National Security Council would probably be better at managing this.
Ali, yes.
I just think it's also to compound sort of what I was saying before. Industry can't be a passive player in these negotiations. While I think to some extent some of the noises coming out of government have been a little bit idealistic about how easy it is for a small dairy farmer to go out and conduct a sort of wide-ranging analysis commissioned by KPMG about what all the different scenarios are. Having said that, I think there are things that you can start to do. I'm amazed by the amount of businesses who don't really, because they haven't really had an interest, a need to know in the way they do now about where exactly they are in cross-border supply chains. So it's really important to start making sure that you start undertaking those discussions, if you haven't already, now within your own business to see how exposed am I. To some extent, you could sit there and I actually don't think it's helpful to compare what your access would be to the EU, for example, if we were under MFN terms. I think what you need to do is talk to, for example, a US dairy farmer who trades under MFN, WTO sort of rules with the EU, and see what their paperwork load is like to be able to get a better understanding of what you might be facing under a worst case scenario. We sort of have this twin track approach of saying, making sure the government at every possible opportunity stresses the importance of getting a deal, but at the same time have to tell business, here is how you can start preparing to make sure that you are, no one is going to be sort of absolutely ready for everything, but shielded for some of the worst case. I think it's really important to have those discussions with, I think, businesses who already trade with non-EU markets potentially and have to deal with the paperwork of importing and exporting from non-EU markets have a competitive advantage in that sense. But start talking to customs agents, freight forwarders, people that have to do all that documentation. I think it's very important that, for example, the government is doing a lot of its consultation work with the Freight Transport Association, because these people deal with logistics of moving things around on a day-to-day basis. You know, right now, for example, the UK government is in the middle of rolling out the new EU Union Customs Code. And I think it would be a very good idea. They have this thing called the Authorized Economic Operator Regime, which basically means you can apply it sort of a 12-month process to become effectively an EU-trusted trader. And there's every evidence that, you know, if you have that sort of granted now, that will continue in the future. And potentially the UK and the EU will work out this kind of mutual recognition system between our own kind of trusted operator system and the EU's one. But these are the kind of things that you can start to be doing, and why I sort of reiterate that it's not just us sort of wagging our finger at government. I think business has to start thinking about how can it plan to a certain extent.
Absolutely, planning ahead. David Brooks.
Deputy President, as a small dairy farmer, is the current cheap food policy of the UK retailers and UK government sustainable?
Ian, I think it's very timely to put that one to you first.
Thanks a bunch, mate. I think, well, look, this is a competitive market. It may be, is it sustainable? The truth is it has been sustained by the competition in the marketplace. So you think it is massively competitive, and as you will know from your own experiences, as my members are seeing every day, even today, the competition in the marketplace is so acute. But my own view is that it's unlikely to abate absent some major shock. Now, clearly, if there were a major shock, and let's pray that there isn't one, I think you might see a reassessment. But there are so many if you think of the number of players there, even removing one of them, which I don't wish, but even if one was removed, the level of competition would still be the same. And I think you can see where this is going from the Tesco Booker hookup. I mean, that is an extremely interesting deal in which Tesco has spotted this very significant gap in the market. And I don't think I understand, and indeed my members would share the wish to be able to expand margins. And I understand that for you, that's an even more imperative course of action, if possible. But I'm afraid I don't think the competition is going to ebb. And I don't think that the UK consumer, or rather the UK shopper, actually wants it to in terms of price. And I think it's important to understand that people can hold two what apparently conflicting positions. They can want to help British farmers in the way that Mirig referred to earlier. 85% of people want a great deal for British farmers, but they still want the cheapest possible products in their shops, to the extent that they will now literally shop around. So they will go to Aldi and Lidl for some of their items, they'll go to Tesco or Morrison's for others, and they'll go to Waitrose or Booths, if they have the opportunity to go to a Booths, for others. And I think that's, unfortunately, the landscape with which we now deal.
But Ian, much as our Secretary of State talked very passionately and confidently about our high standards, you know, there are many political commentators out there, some of them who are political representatives who, quite frankly, should know better, who are talking about we're going to have cheaper food on the back of Brexit. Brexit's going to be great because we're going to see cheaper food, you know, and you can put the argument that actually we only spend 12% of annual income on food currently at the moment. Food has never been cheaper. So that dynamic about this cheap food policy, because it does seem to be a diversity of opinion in government at the moment about actually what good looks like?
No, I totally agree with that. I mean, I certainly think we need shoppers and consumers to be more thoughtful about the food they buy. In an earlier draft of that magnum opus, which you kindly listened to, I mentioned something that I'm looking at the audience here, and I can kind of see that some of you will remember this. That's basically, I'm telling you, you're old.
Not all old.
No. Well, two of us on this platform are. I have a... I was looking that way, not that way. I have a very strong recollection of my mum's ration book. Now, I was born in 1958, 3 years after rationing ended, but there was a moment in 1959-60 when they brought the rationing books back. I can't remember why. And then there was a moment in the early 70s when the lights went out, when there was also consideration given to it. So in one lifetime, we've gone from rationing to the preponderance of choice that we have now. Now, let me just say one thing. Choice is good. Consumers and shoppers and people are empowered by choice. Anybody who tells you we've got too much choice is somebody with whom you should have a very long conversation explaining why they're wrong. But nevertheless, it has consequences. So I do think that we've got to live with the world as it is, but I do think there is a real opportunity given by Brexit, actually, as on so many things, to try and make shoppers more thoughtful about what they're buying and more thoughtful about its provenance, and try and help them make choices that are better for them, higher standards food and so on, and better for everybody in this room.
Ali, in the interest of time and my chairing capability, I'm going to move on to Mike Hambley because I really do want to get all these questions in. So, Mike, and then if we can have Tom Bradshaw to the microphone, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Within the EU, we currently have and enjoy a certain amount of community preference for food production. How could trade policy, regulation, and voluntary commercial measures be used to make secure, sustainable growth in UK domestic produce attractive to both manufacturers and retailers?
Ali, I'm going to kick off with you for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it actually segues with, dovetails what I wanted to bring up earlier. I mean, I think one of the things that I'm a little bit nervous, and this is, I come back to what I was saying earlier about, I think, state aid principles. I think in some respects the Commission's gone haywire with the way that it polices state aid. But having those kind of state aid principles is important to make sure that you have a sort of a market as free of distortions as possible, although I understand that some people think that a lot of people in France and Italy don't necessarily enforce those as robustly as we do in the UK. I get a little bit worried when I start hearing people say that as a result of Brexit, let's use sort of trade policy and legislation to almost kind of force people to sort of prefer local or prefer British. I think there's a lot of work the government can do to, as part of its industrial strategy and export promotion, to have that kind of joined up narrative. I don't think we should be using trade policy to try and make it harder for people to buy things from outside of the UK. It's interesting, one of the issues that is coming out at the moment of Brexit, the latest kind of flavor of the month about challenges, is it's not as big of an issue here as it is in France, for example, but geographical indications. So this idea about, Cornwall just sort of secured protected sort of designation origin to make it so that only Cornwall can sell Cornish pasties, for example. That is regulated already at the global level. So, for example, the fact that you can only buy and sell champagne if it's from the Champagne region, that's already regulated by the WTO. But I think the EU has gone a little bit further in terms of trying to mix up and conflate quality with actually, does coming from a certain region actually mean that it is a better quality? You get a lot of people upset about the fact that they can't sort of sell what is considered to be a generic item like Prosecco, for example, or in the context of the EU-US trade agreement. And I would say this to a certain extent because I was raised with things like cheddar and Gouda being generic items, and the EU said to the US as part of its trade negotiations, well, you may sell those as generics, and I don't care about the fact that you've had immigrants coming from Europe for the last 200 years to make those things generic. You are going to only be able to sell, Greek yogurt if it is from Greece. And I would urge a note of caution about trying to use trade policy to make it harder for consumers to have different choices and to basically just protect producers and not make sure that we are having a level playing field for incumbent entrants.
Well, I think you have to start by understanding I'm a free trader. So I believe that in the end, free trade is the best possible mechanism. And I also think that the market is pretty democratic in the way it decides things, although sometimes is extremely unrelenting. I do think there is one thing that we could do much better, which is promote British food abroad. I like the GREAT campaign. I think it does quite a good job. I think it's slightly too far spread. So you have great on Land Rovers and great on Melton Mowbray pork pies, and it doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. Now, Ireland has been extremely good at doing this with the Board Beer organisation, which gets 50 million euros a year to promote Irish food and drink. And I think that is a very good model for us, and that's something we will be asking for in our submission. We want, in the industrial strategy to which Ali just referred, we want a food and drink and farming deal. We're not mentioned in the white paper, but I'm assured that's because the companion piece, which is the food and farming white paper, does major on this completely. And there is something here about the different dispensations. But we're pretty clear that there is the opportunity to get a food and drink deal for the industrial strategy. And as part of that, one of our requests, one of our negotiating points will be that we establish a proper Board Beer style UK food and drink promotional board. Now, obviously, if you do the maths, 50 million euros multiplied up by the difference between the UK and Ireland population would be a very, very large amount of money. And I don't imagine that we would get it resourced at that level. But we should have one, and that is something that I think would be a practical way of establishing an effective voice for our products overseas.
Ian, I couldn't agree with you more. And what has been so interesting, actually, about what the Republic of Ireland has done is it's joined up farmers, the supply chain, and government. So wherever the Irish government are in the world, they are championing green, sustainable farming. And we have that opportunity now on the back of Red Tractor. Probably we can say the highest, most traceable standards, highest standards of traceability, rather, across the world. But if I can ask Colin Rayner, very good question talking about the future, and it's vital that we do this now. We don't just look to the here and now, but 2020 and beyond. So if we can have Colin Rayner to ask that question at the microphone, and first of all, take Tom Bradshaw.
You believe in ending up at WTO rules. But with the current hard line of the Prime Minister, there's a chance that she might not want to start this transition discussion as a point of weakness at the start of the debate. So we could well end up at that position. Could you please offer some clarity about what you think WTO rules would mean for our industry going forwards?
Ali, if you can kick that one off.
It's interesting. It's one of those, in our paper we kind of set out about how a lot of this boils down to trade-offs, about how sometimes it's not even a difference in sector when it comes to what the implications of each different model are. Sometimes you have differences within sectors. So, sugar production, you have, and I know that you're very aware of this distinction, you have sort of Tate and Lyle, for example, who think regaining control over the common external tariff and basically being in a situation where it could set its own tariffs is absolutely the best thing since sliced bread, because they have to compete with protected beet producers in other parts of Europe, for example, whereas they want to import because that would make it much easier for them. Having said that, I'm sure that British Sugar has a very different approach to that. And so I think it really differs by sector and within sectors about whether there's a benefit or an opportunity, that sort of opportunity risk element to the WTO. I think there's potentially an opportunity if you were to go to the WTO level when it comes to sort of setting a new tariff rate quota system, for example. The EU's one is very outdated. But I don't think it's outweighed, or that sort of potential opportunity element outweighs the absolute uncertainty about what trading rules you're actually shifting back to, because I come back to what I was saying earlier. We know what the baseline to a certain extent is on tariffs when it comes to WTO, most favored nation trading terms. We have no idea when it comes to the non-tariff technical barriers standards discussion about what that means on an ongoing basis for our access to the EU. And so that's why I think that those kind of considerations outweighs any opportunity element from, for example, creating a new quota system, tariff rate quota system by going to WTO, which we could do anyways in parallel at the moment because we're trying to sort out what our WTO baseline will be, which is actually absolutely essential. There's so much discussion about the speed of sort of doing new trade deals. I understand politically that message, but we have to make sure that we go to these third countries with an actually established baseline from which to offer. And right now, that is basically where we have the EUs at the moment. We have no idea about whether we're going to completely replicate it or make any changes to it. So I come back to this point that it's so much flows in terms of our relations when it comes to trade agreements with the rest of the world. So much of that flows from what the outcome of our negotiation with the EU is. And that's why, and we've polled our members and we asked them, what are the most important trade negotiations to prioritize? Is it with the EU? Is it with new third country markets for export opportunities? Is it countries that we already have preferential access to through existing EU trade agreements? And by almost 5 to 1, they came back and said the EU is the most important one to get right.
And just briefly, that I think really sums up why we need government to be resourcing this impact assessment of what WTO means. And only then will they actually take ownership of how important that is. Ian.
Well, I agree with what Ali said. I mean, I have the difficult task of balancing Tate and Lyle, extremely distinguished members of the Food and Drink Federation, who take the view that Ali mentioned. We also have Tilda Rice, equally distinguished members of the Food and Drink Federation, for those who are here, and they take exactly the reverse position. And we would be in the position of choosing between our children, which we clearly can't do. But I do think, I wouldn't underestimate two things. One is, I think the idea of going over the cliff in some sort of macabre representation of the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote would be because you'd go over and then you'd look down and, oh my God. I mean, that is absolutely terrifying. And the impact, bear in mind, that won't happen on the 1st of April 2019, which presumably will be the first day after we've left the EU. I leave the symbolism for others. But that won't happen on that day. The fact that we're going to go to that will be abundantly clear by about November of 2018. And think of the impact that that will have on business confidence and stock market confidence and investment. So I think the government is well aware of this issue. I think they're in a terribly difficult position for the next few months of having to say things which make them look as though all options are open. Indeed, in practical terms, of course, they are. But I think they know the serious concerns that business and farmers and every other sector has about this. And I think you've got to strip away the rhetoric of negotiation or pre-negotiation from the reality. I think the impact analysis is an absolutely brilliant thing to do, because I think it would focus people's minds entirely on the challenges that would give us.
Ali, quickly.
Just quickly to come back to, I've read some sort of commentaries saying, but so much of the world, including some of our non-EU trading partners, we trade with on WTO terms, so what's the problem? The problem is that the starting point is totally different. You're not talking about sort of, these people have always traded on WTO terms. Our starting point is we are like this with the EU, and we would be undoing a lot of those sort of market integration. So that's why the WTO question is much different when you're talking about undoing rather than, WTO terms being fine for people who are already trading on that basis.
Thank you. Colin Rayner, looking to the future.
Thank you, Deputy President and NFU Conference. A fifth-generation farmer from Royal Windsor. Do you think UK agriculture has a brighter future post-2020 with producing high-quality to high-standard food to what our customers want, not what 28 European politicians think the customers want? Thank you.
Just before we answer that, can I have John Charles Jones to the microphone, please? Ian, can we kick off with you on that one?
Yeah, I think agriculture, food, farming, food and drink, call it what you will, has a very bright future. As well as being a matter of national security, and I mean that, I really do think that we need to start talking about it in those terms. I really do believe that if you can't feed the country, you haven't got a country, and I think we should say that as well all the time. But the other great advantage we have is that everybody has to eat and drink. And so we have an absolutely captive market. It's kind of blindingly obvious, but we don't remember it enough. So we are in a great position, you are in a great position to take advantage of the new situation. Yes, there will be a huge amount of concern in the next 2 years and a huge number of rocks in the road on the way. But let's be a bit more, I mean, I am naturally an optimist, and I do believe that we will get to a reasonable outcome. And I think that it's incumbent on all of us to try and do that. And I also think that beyond that outcome, there are some really big opportunities. And I can fully understand the frustration expressed in the last bit of your question about 27 or 28 different sets of politicians. But the politicians we get are our responsibility because we get to vote for them. And if we don't like them, we should change them. And so moaning about politicians is, to me, they make stupid decisions, and yes, but they are a microcosm of us. And electorates and people get the governments they deserve, by and large.
And so, with us as custodians of 71% of the UK, that puts farmers in a powerful position going forward. There are two groups of people that if I were a government, I would never, three possibly if you include fuel tanker drivers, three groups of people I would never ever irritate. One would be taxi drivers in London, which is why I think Uber is suicidal, and the other is farmers. And you were and are absolutely brilliant at organising your lobby, and you need to be even better. And we need to be in there with you. But you have huge power, and the fact that 85% of the population wants you to do better means you've got huge goodwill, and those are two absolutely inestimable tools to have. Absolutely. Each and every one of you here. Ali.
Yeah, just sort of to tackle what you were saying, I think it's important to stress that what neither of us are trying to do is necessarily be pessimistic at all about the future outside of the EU. I think what we're saying, and what I was trying to get at earlier, was get the deal with the EU right, and everything becomes much, much, much easier. I actually think that when it comes to agriculture, agri-food, food and drink, coming back to an earlier question about sort of community preference, there are some exceptions that I think one of the problems when you're negotiating as part of a 28 bloc is that, you know, the US got really teed off about the huge amount of requests for imposing sort of EU GIs from lots of different member states. And so the US was not particularly minded to have to accept all of these. When you're doing it on a sort of particularly sort of bilateral basis to a certain extent, when the UK is negotiating in its own interests, there's a lot more receptiveness and willingness to consider these requests when you're not having to contend with, you know, 27 other different requests for the same thing. So I think that makes a lot of what the UK will ask for in terms of agriculture and trade policy and trade agreements going forward does make it easier for other countries to consider.
Can I just make one more point? Something was said to me, I was at a meeting in Brussels last week, and something I'd not thought of was said to me. One of the interesting concerns for the EU in this negotiation is that they've just lost the second most vibrant economy in the EU and the fifth biggest, fourth biggest, whichever you call it, in the world. And for all those who have free trade agreements already with the EU, that's quite an interesting moment, because the deal that they did is no longer actually as effective because a big chunk of the market has dropped out. Now that will have to, you would assume in any realpolitik, put the pressure on putting it back in some way by some mechanism. I don't understand how that happens easily, but I think I can see some reason for the optimism that Mark Price, who understands food and drink better than almost anybody in this room, and that's saying something, the Trade Minister, and Mark Garnier, with whom I've met with both in the last couple of weeks, they are quite optimistic about the capacity to do these deals, particularly the one with the EU, reasonably speedily, because there will be pressures on the other side. And I think that I can see that reason for optimism in some ways. I'm sure it won't be easy, but I do think that that we forget at our peril the fact that others who have deals with the EU will be saying, well, hang on a minute, that isn't the deal that we did.
I suppose the challenge is, if you look at it economically, it's a no-brainer. You know, for both sides, there is an agreement there that should be easy. It's the politics that sit behind it that's the challenge. If we can go to John Charles Jones now, please.
Thank you, Minette. Firstly, Ali and Ian, thank you very, very much for a very engaging session this morning. Straightforward question. Should an industrial strategy for food and drink start at the factory gate or be from plough to plate, or perhaps in modern parlance, from no-till to plate? Thank you.
If we could start, Ian, with you.
Well, the answer to that is yes. It should be. The industrial strategy, if it's to mean anything, has to include the entire food chain, from farmers and growers at one end, through manufacturers and processors, and you know, including abattoirs and including all kinds of retail. It has to include convenience stores as much as supermarkets. It has to include out-of-home restaurants, takeaways. It even has to include caterers. And let's not forget, as Minette said, it also has to include the distribution arms of these organisations. You know, so it has to have some. I didn't know this until I took this job. 75% of UK packaging goes into the food and drink industry. So it has to include packaging. It has to include road transport. As Ali said, the Freight Association is as important in all of this. It has to be comprehensive if it is to mean anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Some people would look at this as either a positive or a negative. It's potentially an inevitability as a result of Brexit. But I think one of the things that might happen is you get some people might decide to sort of make their supply chains even tighter and much more UK focused and start, you know, for example, I don't think it's something that you necessarily go out of your way to advocate and say, isn't it wonderful, the fall in the pound? But one of the things that the fall in the pound might do, particularly if it becomes clear that it's here to stay for a while, is encourage people to start looking at sort of, you know, substitutes for imports, for example, and start looking at domestic producers. That is not the same thing as advocating import substitution industrialization, which is what Argentina and Venezuela tried and failed at doing in the 70s and the 80s. But it will make, and I think this is sort of joined up with making sure that businesses are much more conscious of where they are in a supply chain. In tandem, I think, with the industrial strategy, or as part of it, when it comes to export promotion or inward investment pushes, you know, I think the government needs to start realizing, for example, a lot of businesses don't have time to sort of start doing a lot of these overseas trade missions. There are a lot of companies and countries that can afford to do that. So bring these people to visit entire supply chains so that people understand the whole sort of, that there is an entire supply chain in different parts of these industries to invest into.
And John, what we're really pleased about is in all the work that we've done now, getting a domestic agricultural policy ready. You know, there is a clear fit between all three green papers, the food and farming green paper, the environment green paper, and the industrial strategy. So absolutely, it has to be from the farm gate onwards, without any shadow of doubt. If I can welcome Trevor Cligg, please, to the microphone.
Thank you, Minette. This is really aimed mostly at Ian Wright, but firstly I'd just like to say it's really heartening, and I think it's absolutely wonderful that farming and the food and drink industry is standing as one now, because we can be very, very powerful as one entity. But my question is that there's been considerable merger and acquisition going on in the supply chain recently. Do you think that Brexit will speed this up? And do you think that, from a farmer's point of view, more mergers and acquisitions are necessarily a good thing?
Well, that's the second part of that question is one that I shall have to answer at my peril, I imagine. The first part, I don't think it's entirely. I mean, quite a lot of this is about consolidation in the food industry globally, and you saw that earlier, well, just before the weekend, with the abortive bid for Unilever by Kraft Heinz, or by 3G actually, which is the company behind Kraft Heinz. I think you'll see. I think you will continue to see that. If you look at the history of the last 10 years, what you have seen is consolidation in various pulses. And then what happens interestingly later on is that the businesses that are created have a different logic from the component parts. And then non-core brands, a ghastly expression, but non-core brands fall off the back of the bus and tend to be purchased by smaller operations it doesn't mean that non-core brands are necessarily any less productive, any less profitable, but they're just not core to the operation and the synergies which the merger intended to create. And then you get this very interesting change in ownership. If you look at the UK food industry, the change in ownership over the last 30 years is really instructive. So I have a board in our office of presidents of the FDF. And if you go back to the 1990s and the 1980s, they were the big figures of British industry, the captains of British industry. All men, by the way, but the captains of British industry, people like the Cadburys, Derek Holden Brown, Derek Hornby, all big figures. Now, no less impressive people, but the people who are on our executive committee and our presidents tend to be the UK MD of a business that's headquartered somewhere else. So actually, Gavin Darby, our current president, head of Premier Foods, is somewhat unusual as being the chief executive of a listed UK PLC, although even they were under attack or under the microscope for acquisition last year. And I think that's just an inexorable process. But what you also get from the consolidation is this very interesting phenomenon of family companies buying some of those brands off the back of the consolidation. So the owners of KP Foods, the owners of United Biscuits, the owners actually of Weetabix, although that's now back in play, I believe, they are all family-owned firms. The families don't come from the UK, but they are family-owned firms. And interestingly, they are much more interested in long-term growth in their businesses. They're much more prepared to sit things out. So I think actually that the mergers and acquisitions process has some advantages for farmers and some disadvantages, because clearly some of the big giants have a different view of cost. Whether it will change as a result of Brexit, I doubt it, to be honest. I don't think Brexit will do anything other than possibly accelerate it in the short term as people look to try and re-establish confidence in their businesses. And one of the things that we noticed after the crash, when I was at Diageo for 14 years, and we made, I think we were created through a merger of Guinness and Graham Met. We added in Seagram in 2001, and then we didn't do another deal till a real deal till 2010. And then after the crash, we did 14. And that was the result of people who had traded through and found themselves short of capital and needed somewhere to go. And I think you will see a bit of that after Brexit.
Ian, Ali has a train to catch, and I'm aware she's got about 60 seconds in time she has to leave the stage. Ali, do you have any snapshots on Trevor's question?
I would defer a lot to what you were saying. It's interesting. We're a cross-sector body, but I make it my job to make sure that you consider all sectors when it comes to trade and industrial policy. That includes M&As. It's going to be really interesting to see, because right now a lot of big M&As have to be regulated by the Commission. Is the CMA, the Competition and Markets Authority, going to be any more or less heavy-handed? There's been a lot of discussion about how we do, if at all, public sort of interest tests for these. We didn't quite get there with sort of Unilever and Kraft and 3G because it was sort of abandoned at the last minute. But it remains to be seen about how different of an approach, I think, at a UK-wide regulatory level, we diverge from the EU approach.
Ali, thank you. And I know you've got to run, so can we just say a very big thank you to Ali. I'm well aware I'm now sitting between you and lunch, which is never a very safe place to be. But just a couple of thoughts on this morning's session. And I'm interested, you, our membership here today, how many of you, and please don't, you're not normally shrinking violets, how many of you felt reassured today, feel that government really is backing British farming? If I can just have a show of hands of how many of you are confident about that. Not a vast amount. There's some people slightly nervously putting their hands about. but the vast, vast majority of you not actually feeling that confident about the road that UK government is on our behalf. Just to pick up on a couple of things that were said, on trade, the Secretary of State talked about having the best free trade deals for Britain. I reiterate again how important we believe it will be to have this impact assessment done of what trading under default WTO rules will do to rural Britain. The moment Article 50 is triggered, we will have 2 years. We have to do that analysis now. She talked confidently and passionately about productivity and innovation and the industrial strategy and our need for a seasonal workforce. We have a very clear ask in at the moment that is sitting on the table of number 10 that we want to trial a global permit scheme for seasonal workers, currently sitting at 85,000, set to rise to 95,000. It is quite simple at the moment. We will shrink the sector to the size of the workforce. I will be actually leaving conference early tomorrow to give evidence at the EFRA committee. We've given evidence at the House of Lords. We continue to make the case for seasonal workers, but that doesn't even touch the sides of what we need for permanent workers. And I know from all our experience in the past on things like national living wage, our department batting for us, championing us, really getting what we need is absolutely essential. Please continue to bang the drum for that with your political representation. She talked about the environment and incentivized and rewarded twin goals. I think it's really encouraging to be talking about how we get the food and farming plan to work with the environment plan and the industrial strategy and not having them in silos. And she talked about resilience and the rollout of the Badger Cull and delivering on TB-free status for the low-risk area. I would also remind you, conference, that Liz Truss was here at our conference speaking last year and promised that there would be an RDP-funded advisory service that would sit centrally. Advice on this disease is critically needed. We are 12 months on and we have had no more acknowledgement of it except, yes, it will happen. It sits on ministers' desks. I would just like to sum up by thanking Ian. It's been well played out today, the need for farming organisations to work together, but also for the food and farming sector, the largest manufacturing sector in this country, to be united like never before. But can I empower you? You know, you have, and I know them better than anybody, our fantastic staff resource in the regions, in our headquarters. You have your office holder team working tirelessly on your behalf. I can't tell you how important it is for each and every one of you to champion this great industry. We really, really need to change our approach. We need to empower other farmers, our local communities, to really stand up and say how critical food and farming is to rural Britain, is to that 71% that we are custodians of, that we manage, that we supply safe, healthy, affordable food for the nation, how we can grow this industry. So let today be a new dawn for how we engage. I hear too many farmers say, my MP, he, she isn't interested. Let today be a day of change. We do not have the French farmers anymore. We have the NFU. We have to build strength and resilience into our farming community. And on that note, I will break for lunch and look forward to welcoming you all back for this afternoon's sessions. Thank you.
T, T, T. T, 1. Check camera shots as well. Can do. On me. I've moved the mics so they're not in the face. I just want to see if it makes... You're going out to the world? I'm out on the web. Oh, lovely. Cheers, thank you. That good? That's good. Sweet. I'll now make sure there's a mic for each person. That's one person. Hang on. That's one person. That one's not being spotted.
Well, it is on the next one. We've got half an hour to reset.
That's fine. So that's one. That's two. Two. Yeah. T. Yeah. Yeah.
Just messed up all the chairs you
I haven't.
We got them all set nicely to go.
I'm just moving things around.
Moving everything?
Yeah.
We set all the thingies up for their seats.
Yeah, still no.
See where the pads are? That's the clue.
Yeah, that mic was over there.
That was the clue.
The mic was not even near him. What needs to be changed?
Oh, see, because it's not on a thing soon yet now, is it? I've got to serve it.
There wasn't one for it.
We won't be putting any tie clip mics on you or anything because
No.
you've got the lectern mic
So
on
I've got the
there,
lectern
and then
mic.
you've got these on here. So as long as you're
Yeah.
talking into the microphones, that'll be fine.
That's good.
Water and everything. So yeah.
Very much. Thanks very much. Cheers. I can go down, so hopefully now. Is that got eyeline films camera? Couldn't
Yeah.
get any water.
water in the canteen, thanks. There was a queue there, and by the time I got there, all the jugs had gone.
That's not good.
But hopefully we'll get a good...
I think because there's only 3 workshops, so and this is the biggest because that's why it's in here. So you should get.
Hopefully we'll get good.
Yeah. We're starting the session with a very short 45-second video. So when you're all seated, we'll start off, play that video, then Nick will kick off sharing the session and introduce you one by one. And clickers, I've left it on the lectern for you. So.
Good.
I think Nick should be here soon. I'm just going to have a look and see if he's back here. Richard?
Yeah?
Could you just come and check something with Mark, please,
Yeah,
on your
of course.
slides?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. NFU conference is due to start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as NFU conference is due to start.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Delighted to see such a packed auditorium for what is a really critical issue for farming trade. Obviously, we had an excellent session this morning, and hopefully all emboldened by that with questions on the tips of your lips for our distinguished panel this afternoon. I'll just say a couple of comments and then introduce the panel, and each of them will give a presentation or a speech before we'll move into the question and answer session. As I said, we had a really interesting session this morning, I think, exploring some of the key issues around trade and what the scenarios are that we might be facing over the next couple of years as we sort out our trading relationship with the EU, and it'll probably be longer than 2 years, and then what happens in terms of our trading relationships with third countries outside the EU. The NFU has been very clear on its position. We want as free as possible trade with the EU after Brexit. And that'll include zero or very low tariffs, very low non-tariff barriers, and of course, as was discussed on more than one occasion this morning, a transitional period established to ensure we don't do that road runner falling off the edge of a cliff. But as the President pointed out in his speech this morning, we are concerned and pressing the government for clarity on what exactly it means and what it set out in its white paper for its vision for EU trade for agriculture, and what maintaining high levels of access actually means, especially when other goods are spoken about in terms of freest possible trade. But of course, after we've tied up a deal with the EU, hopefully, we will be looking very closely indeed, scrutinising the government's negotiations as it looks to agree trade agreements with other countries. So a big job for us to do at the NFU, and a lot of questions and a lot of points for discussion. And on that note, I'm very pleased to be able to introduce such an excellent panel for this session. Firstly, we've got Richard Clothier from White Farms, the incredibly successful business, and I understand you've got brands in over 160 countries worldwide, so somebody who'll be able to give us an excellent viewpoint of what it's like to be a successful British business exporting overseas, and what some of the challenges and threats from Brexit might be. Then we have Karen Morgan, who is Agriculture and Food Counsellor in the UK Embassy in China. And again, somebody who can give us a really interesting insight into how we promote our food, UK food, through government and other channels with foreign markets. Thirdly, we have the Honourable Alexander Downer, who is the High Commissioner to the UK from the Australian government. He has had a long and distinguished career in Australian politics, including as Australian Minister for Foreign Affairs for over 10 years, from 1996 to 2007. And we also have Stan Phillips, the USDA Counsellor for Agricultural Affairs in the US Embassy here in the UK, both of whom will be able to give us, I think, a very interesting insight, not only into the experience of other countries in creating trade deals, but also how they view, from an outsider's point of view, if I can put it like that, of the opportunities in particular that Brexit might present to them. So, without further ado, Richard, I'll ask you to come up and share your wisdom with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to say that our chairman's given me about 7 minutes to present something that I could probably talk about for over a week. Those of you who've heard me talk before will be quite pleased that I won't be talking for a whole week. Just to give you a bit of background to the White Farms business, we're a family farming business based in Somerset. We employ about 260 people. We also employ some migrant workers as well. We're farmers ourselves. We've got 1,500 acres and 1,000 milking cows. We're sourcing milk from about 110 farms, but we're taking in about 300 million litres of milk per year. About 150 million litres of that is organic milk, which we're proud to process on behalf of Yeo Valley Farms and OMSCO. We're about 5% of the UK cheddar market, and in any year we get into about a quarter of the households in the UK. We're trading with most of the major retailers in the UK and a selection of retailers across the globe as well. And we're very proud to have won some of the awards that you see along the bottom there. And that's my selling pretty much over and done with, you'll be pleased to know. So the reason for showing you this map is this is where we're selling our Somerset cheddar to across the world. Obviously, we're in the big markets such as USA, France, Canada's good for us, and the Asian markets are very strong as well. But if you look in the middle there, you'll see we're doing 17 countries in Africa now. And that shows you really the potential, because there's pockets of affluence building up all around the world, and the world really is opening up to British exports. Now, if we look at why that is, Britain's never been as fashionable around the globe. Those of us who are old enough, like myself, to have lived through the 70s could probably never believe that the UK car industry could be spearheading an export revolution. But I'm told that about 8 in 10 cars are exported abroad now. You'll see at the bottom there, the British flag now is a fashion statement across most of the areas of the Far East. Those are not my shoes there, incidentally, on the bottom there. And our celebrity chefs, thankfully, we've managed to export to other areas of the world. And British food and the quality of British food is celebrated in a way that it never has been before. In terms of our own cheddar exports, currently exporting about 3,000 tonnes, which is about 20% of our sales. 75% of that goes into Europe, so Europe's very important to us. It's added significant margin for us over the UK cheese price, probably added about a penny a litre to our milk price over the last year. I keep saying to our sales team it stops us being price takers in the UK, but I'm not sure they quite believe me yet. And we'll be exporting over the next year, hopefully another 50% as we bolster some of our export team. Wherever you sell cheese across the world or quality products, it's always the same. It's about getting the product in front of people. You know, whether you're selling in central markets in the US, Carrefour in France on the top right-hand corner, or down at the bottom right-hand corner, cheddar and wine matching in South Africa. Wherever you sell, it's all about getting quality products in front of people. When they try it, they're going to like it and hopefully buy it again. The only difference is in a place like Central Markets, you can sell 1.5 tons in one store in a day, whereas if I'm one of my local retailers in Bristol, it's only going to be a couple of 100 kilos. Exports for the whole of the UK dairy industry are increasingly more important. I have to credit my friend Chris Walkland for providing these numbers. 2015 was a monumental year. We got up to 73,000 tonnes. That was a really big lift on the year before. It was up 50%. That's the equivalent to about 730 million litres of milk, or 730 average-sized farmers. The data up until the end of November was showing more or less the same, but we actually finished the year at 4,500 tonnes. Now, interestingly, that growth was from outside the EU, and the EU level pegged for the year. So 70% of exports, cheddar exports, go to the EU, and nearly 80% to the EU and the US together. So that's how important those two regions are. For me, I thought I'd outline some of the risks, some of the things that made me fear Brexit. For me, trade deals outside the EU, so it could be two types of wrong for me. The first type of wrong could be a Commonwealth country that could use us as a dumping ground without giving us any reciprocal trade in return. And the second type of wrong for me is one that will compromise our standards in such a way that will preclude us from exporting back into the EU. And for me, they're the two really big risks of Brexit. We may be splitting from the EU, but we're still doing business with them, so we can't afford to alienate our EU partners, especially when you see how important they are to the UK cheese industry. Tariffs into the EU market, we can afford tariffs up to a certain level within reason, but we don't want to lose the ability to consolidate with our European partners to further export, and we can't lose free movement through borders because it would add so much cost and complication it would suffocate the business. Negotiating a poor deal for food and farming, I know that was mentioned earlier on. City finance is a big part of UK finance, so obviously we need to make sure that farmers get a fair deal in Brexit. So for me, for Brexit, I'm trying to be really optimistic, and I think success or otherwise of Brexit is going to have to be judged by what additional trade deals we get, because we've potentially put a big market at risk to get something else. So I'm going to need to see what else we could get. And hopefully we'll discuss with the panel in a minute where further deals could be done outside the EU. I'm quite excited about India. There's a strong dairy industry of its own with critical mass. They're already a dairy-adjusted diet. They eat cheeses. And we've got good historic bonds with those guys. And I'm told that 160 million people a year are moving across into the affluent classes. Could be a major market for UK products, not just cheese, but across manufacturing. US obviously is a huge market, is spoken about an awful lot, but it presents risks in terms of compliance. You know, we have different standards on conventional products in terms of hormones, etc. But, you know, in other areas they have higher standards. For example, in organic, they have higher standards for the USDA. South America, very fast-growing economic powerhouses. Both Mexico and Brazil predicted by 2050 to be in the top 10 list of biggest economies in the world. And then China, very exciting for powder manufacturers and ingredients people. I've marked it down as dairy adjusting because they're adjusting to premium-type cheeses. So it might be a bit slower for my sector, but certainly very, very exciting for powders and milks. And Russia, I think, you know, we've all forgotten that we lost about 100,000 tonnes of cheese business into Russia. A change of political will, and we could export back into Russia, hopefully. But I think before we can really grow exports in a new Brexit world, we need to adopt a global mindset. And the export mindset that we have to adopt, it's built firmly on a farm assurance platform. Red Tractor underpins our standards all across the world, and it underpins all of our exports. So when you next get audited by the Red Tractor auditor, shake the guy by the hand, make him a cup of tea, because he is your best salesman in Asia. Collaboration, businesses will have to collaborate together and also collaborate with government as well in order to successfully export. Communication, there's some dangerous language coming out of politicians at the moment. On one hand, half the politicians seem to dislike the EU. On the other hand, half of them seem to dislike the US. For me, it has to be about both. You know, we need to build bridges and we need to export. And going back to that 80% of cheddar going into the EU and the US, it's so important that we act like ambassadors and treat foreign leaders like customers. And the government has to see itself as pivotal in this journey, and it has to be a long-term journey. It's a 15 or a 20-year plan which should bridge many terms of government, and we're going to need funding for it as well, because for the first 8 years that we exported, it just cost us money, and it's only just starting to add value fairly recently. So there's a lot of front-loaded investment for businesses. So if government is really serious about getting UK customers, UK businesses to invest in export, they need to provide some help along the way with the journey. Disease control is absolutely vital for all of us. Exports now are critical to what we do, and another foot and mouth or disease outbreak could put an end to that almost overnight, which would be devastating for our industry. So we need to be asking the ministry and everyone else to make sure we're doing dry runs so that we can run these things through and repair quickly in the event of a problem. And finally, as someone who was a Remainer and has has made a staunch vow not to be a Ramona. I'm very, very optimistic about going forward. We should be optimistic. We produce the best products in the world. We've got the highest standards, and the future is as bright as we make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. You touched briefly then on some of the challenges of selling stuff into China, so maybe Karen can come and disentangle some of those for you. Karen Morgan.
Yeah, thanks Nick and the NFU for inviting me back. It's about a year since I was back in the UK. And I've been busy scoffing all of the food and drink that I haven't been able to get for the last year. And if ever you want to reinforce your love for British food, spending a year in China and then coming back and having bacon sandwiches and sausages is a really good way to do that. So I'm going to talk, again, 5 minutes is really difficult to talk about China. It's such a vast subject. But I'm just going to touch briefly on, firstly, why should we actually focus on China, given that we have perhaps some easier and nearer markets that we could be thinking about. And then some of the things that I think that we should be focusing on and that we are focusing on in the embassy in Beijing to try and help the British industry. That will be our key focus in the coming years. I mean, just in terms of China, so population is 1.4 billion. So it's a market, a single market, I'm loath to use that term, but a single market that's 3 times the size of the EU, which can actually put some people off. But once you're in China, you have access to a vast potential. And the key thing with China is not so much the size of the population, but actually the way in which it's changing. So in about the last 30 years, there's been 250 million people who've moved out of the countryside and into the cities. And we're expecting a similar amount, another 250 million in the coming decade to 2 decades. And crucially, what that means for food consumption is that people are becoming much more affluent. They're looking to source imported food a lot more. They're looking to consume a lot more protein, a lot more alcohol. And so the way in which their consumption habits are changing starts to really play into the UK's strengths and opens up a lot of opportunities for us, which means that there's a potential for significant growth for us. This is China's growth rate last year, which was 6.7%, which is a growth rate that a lot of us, I think, would kill for right now. So whilst a lot of people are talking about the slowing of the China economy, actually it's still incredibly healthy. And they do now import about 30% of their food, of which a quarter comes from the EU. So it's a vast market. Just in terms of dairy and meat, so those are 2 examples of significant increase in demand that we've seen in 2016. So the Secretary of State told us this morning that food and drink exports globally now have hit 20 billion last year, and that's a growth rate of about 9% for 2016, but the growth rate for us in terms of food exports to China for last year was 49%. And those are 2 particular sectors where we've had obviously a huge amount of success. There are still, however, some key obstacles to us getting into the China market. And market access is really one, and a lot of you I know are really frustrated by this. It can take a long time to negotiate permission for some of our key commodities to get into the China market. And particularly on meat, that's the key thing that at the moment is holding us back. We do export some pork. We want a lot more plant approvals, and we want to be able to sell a lot more pork products. We can't yet export beef, lamb, poultry, and a whole range of other categories. We're currently negotiating 17 different categories to try and get those products into China. So whilst we know it takes a long time and it's incredibly frustrating, we would say please stick with it and stick with us in doing those negotiations, because we really do think that it's worth it. So I'm just going to go through 5 things that I think we should be focusing on and which I think are opportunities for us. And the first is relationships. For China in particular, building relationships both at government level and at industry level are absolutely vital. Obviously, we've had the Prime Minister, we've had the Chancellor, we've had the Foreign Secretary, and those ministers need to keep coming to China, because it's on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th visit that we really start to see those results. That's quite an interesting, that occasion when David Cameron took President Xi from China to his, I think it was his local, I'm not sure if it was his local, they drank a pint of Green King IPA, and Green King IPA sold out in China in about 24 hours. So never underestimate the potential of getting the Chinese president to drink some British food and drink. We'll obviously be trying to get him to try everything else. So we really need to cultivate those relationships. A number of people have said to me today, is it possible to come out to China and start to talk to businesses? And I would say if you can do that, that would be fantastic, because the sooner you do that and the longer you spend time investing in those relationships, the better. The second is food safety. Food safety is currently the #1 issue of concern for the Chinese public, and every survey that they do in China, food safety is at the top of the list of concerns. And it's only when you're there and you actually see some of the environmental concerns that they're grappling with that you realise how lucky we are with some of our food and drink. I've been quite horrified. I started when I moved there filling up the kettle to drink tea with tap water, thinking I was boiling it, so it was fine. And it was only when I opened the kettle and saw the grey foam that appeared on the water that I realised what I was doing. But we have a really key advantage here. Food and drink for Chinese people is so important, and the idea of having imported food that comes from a very secure supply chain and from an environment that has clean water, clean grass, healthy, well-fed animals, and a really strong supply chain is absolutely paramount, and they will pay a strong premium for products that come from that background. And the third one is just, this was touched on a little bit by Ian from the FDF this morning. The trading models in China are changing quite a lot. We're seeing more of an interest from Chinese companies in actually entering into collaborative relationships with food companies in the UK. So rather than necessarily just importing the finished product from the UK, they're looking increasingly at whether they can form a joint venture, invest some equity into a UK company, and use it to help develop the capacity of the UK company to export and that company's understanding of the China market. And increasingly we're seeing these models coming out. And I know that's not for everyone, and some people are a little bit reticent about working so closely with a Chinese company, but it's a kind of indicative of how the patterns of trading relationships are changing. Weetabix is a really good example. Again, that's been mentioned already today, but they were essentially partially bought and then fully bought by a Chinese investor. But as a result of that, have massively developed their capability to export, and they're now one of our biggest food and drink exporters from the UK. And the fourth one is collaboration. The Chinese are desperate to learn from us. They're desperate to learn in particular about innovation in agriculture, agri-tech, to develop their capability to innovate, to do collaborative research with the UK, and that's something that we're investing quite a lot of time in. And we really need partners from around the UK to do that with us. It's worth it in the long term. It may initially seem like a nice-to-have activity, but for us it's really vital in opening up those trading relationships. And a number of you today have worked with us on various research and other collaborative projects, and that's something that I think we need to really keep going in the future. And just finally on trading relationships and next steps, the Prime Minister has committed to coming out to China this year, which we're really looking forward to. It's a massive opportunity for us. When President Xi did come to the UK, that kicked off what was called the golden era of UK-Chinese relations, which has still lasted a couple of years later. And whilst it might seem like rhetoric, for the Chinese this is incredibly important. And that golden era has opened up really tangible opportunities for us on trade. So this year is a really big year for us to get that right. There's been a lot of discussion obviously about free trade agreements today. And the only thing I would say in China is before we even get to that stage, there are such massive opportunities for us to open up the market, get more market access, work through the legislative and other barriers that are holding people back. And really start to, as I say, cultivate those relationships and move forward. So I wouldn't want us to only have a free trade agreement as the only thing that we're looking at for China. And a casual plug for my Twitter feed just before I finish. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen. There's really interesting points there about some of the potential opportunities for farmers and food companies. Alexander Downer, can I ask you to step up? Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say what a pleasure it is to come to the National Farmers Union and have an opportunity to talk to you. The UK was the very foundation of modern agriculture in Australia, of course, going back to the late 18th and 19th centuries, where agriculture was originally built up in Australia in order to supply the British market. I suppose we feel for you as you go through the challenges of of Brexit and the uncertainty that that brings for you. We've been through our own moments of uncertainty, and one of them related to the EU. When you joined the EU in 1973, many of our export markets were simply closed off, and our agriculture had to substantially restructure, and we had to find other markets. And I'm about to explain to you that we did. Agriculture in Australia has always been essentially export-oriented. We only have 25 million people. We have 134,000 farms, 99% of which, by the way, are family-owned farms, and they essentially supply the export market. 2/3 of all of our production goes to export markets. Agriculture in Australia is the second least subsidised agricultural sector in the OECD. There is only about a 3% subsidy for Australian agriculture compared to somewhere in the vicinity of 20% for EU agriculture. And of course, it's still more than that in some other parts of the world. Countries such as Norway and Switzerland have even higher levels of subsidy. Subsidy for Australian farmers is pretty much confined to drought relief and disaster relief, where in those circumstances low-income farmers can get cheap loans. But over and above that, agriculture in Australia has continuously, for many years, been essentially unsubsidised and substantially unprotected. Unprotected except for in one essential way, and that is Australia is an island and it has to protect agriculture from imported disease. And so our quarantine standards, or what are sometimes called our sanitary and phytosanitary standards, are very stringent. But agriculture in Australia is not protected by tariffs and it's not protected by quotas. So we're very export-oriented, and we have, of course, since we were pretty much not completely excluded, but substantially excluded from the European market, including the UK, we've had to find our way, particularly in Asia. And we've been helped, as you, of course, will be as well in the years ahead, as you've heard from the agriculture councillor at the embassy in Beijing, by substantial changes in living standards in Asia. Because we've seen the diet of Asians change as the middle class has grown and the middle class has demanded greater levels of protein. They've also changed their tastes, so they've become less lactose intolerant, so dairy exports into Asia have grown and grown very substantially. In recent years, by the way, and this will resonate with you, we've seen quite a substantial depreciation of the Australian dollar. That's nothing to do with agriculture, that's to do with the decline in commodity and energy prices. The Australian dollar against a basket of currencies has depreciated in the last 4 years by something like 30%. That's obviously been a very great boost to farm exports, so it hasn't all been downside to our country, particularly to our farmers. We have focused in our diplomacy very heavily on market access negotiations and have concluded trade agreements with very major countries. First of all, we have what we call a free trade agreement with China. Now, it's, truth be told, not a completely free trade agreement with China, but over 90% of all of our exports to China now go into China duty-free. And not only does that give us better access to the market in a simple and clear way, which is obvious to you, but it gives us an edge over our competitors. I'm sorry to say it gives us an edge over you and the Americans as well, which is obviously helpful to our farmers. But we've concentrated very heavily on trying to negotiate this free trade agreement with China, and we have seen already, and we've only had the agreement for a little over a year, we have already seen very substantial increases in our exports of dairy, meat, seafood, and a variety of horticultural commodities. And tariffs on those things are sliding down, and over the next 11 years, in many of those commodity areas, those tariffs will disappear altogether. Likewise, we have a free trade agreement with the United States of America. So when you stop and think about it, you would think of Australia and the United States as being competitors in terms of agricultural trade, and certainly we are ruthless competitors with each other in Asia. But the United States is Australia's second largest agricultural export market, including being a very substantial market for Australian beef exports. So that does tell you something about being able to export into a country which is itself a major agricultural producer. But of course you can find market niches in these markets which can be very beneficial to you. So we have a free trade agreement with the United States. I've had it for 10 years. During the life of that free trade agreement, we've seen our exports to the United States grow by 70%. That's been very beneficial to our farmers as well as others in the Australian economy. We have a free trade agreement with Japan, we have one with Korea, and we're beginning the process of negotiating a free trade agreement with the European Union as well, though of course agriculture is going to be the most difficult part of that negotiation without any doubt. I just want to make two last points. The first of them is this, that we have high standards for agricultural marketing in Australia. And I hear over here in the UK, as we talk about the possibility of negotiating a free trade agreement with the UK, some concern expressed that our food standards are different from the food standards in the UK. I just want to make the point to you, we already export agricultural products, though not many, to the European Union. In fact, we import more meat from the European Union than we export to the European Union. But all of the food, including beef and sheep meat, that we export to the European Union meets European quarantine and environmental standards. And that, of course, applies to all of our exports, to every market we export. We always have to meet the standards of the market we supply. So when you export to Australia, you have to meet Australian standards as well. And the final point I want to make is a point actually about land ownership. We have pretty much free access to purchases of land in Australia. And here is a statistic I want you to take away with you. We allow, of course, we would have done since 1788, British investment in Australian agricultural land. And British investors own more land in Australia than the whole of the area of the United Kingdom. So I want you to have some comfort that you yourself as a people, not you necessarily as individual farmers, have a very substantial stake in the success of Australian agriculture. So we hope that we, after Brexit, will be able to conclude a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, give you completely free access to the Australian market as long as you meet our environmental and quarantine standards, and maybe there'll be a good chance of that being generously reciprocated. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Very interesting, and a point I think often missed was about the impact that our entry into the EU actually had on Australian agriculture, not something we often dwell on. Stan Phillips, thank you.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, NFU, for inviting me to join you this afternoon. I think this is my third NFU conference after arriving in London in 2014, late 2014, and I've always found it to be very informative and useful, meet a lot of interesting people, and over the course of the past couple of years, I think I've got a sense of the issues that your industry is facing, and many of them are similar to farmers in the United States. And I say that because my last job, before coming to the Foreign Service at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, would have been in 1989 when I was working on my parents' farm in Montana, raising cattle and malting barley and alfalfa and a few other things. And it was at that point in my career, I suppose you could say, I decided that my urge to get out and experience the rest of the world overcame my interest in staying on the farm and raising cattle. But as I near the end of that career arc now, I'm starting to think about maybe going back to Montana and getting back into it a bit. But knowing what farmers face and knowing the difficulties, especially over the past 30 years, I've seen the difficulties that your industry faces, particularly when you're trying to export products into the international market. I think I wanted to talk a bit about the issues and the opportunities that are likely to come out of in the post-Brexit environment. And I think one of the issues that your industry will face, it's a problem that across the world we face, is getting resources to support agriculture, not just domestic support or farm support, but also marketing your products around the world. And in the United States, we have put quite a bit of resources behind this for quite some time. From the government perspective, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has a network of attachés posted around the world in 93 offices at U.S. embassies mostly, but there are offices in consulates and other places. Most of those offices cover several countries, 171 countries in total. But in a case like China, we have an office in Beijing that manages the operations of several satellite offices that are based in cities throughout China. Many of these cities are massive cities, millions of people that most Americans have never heard of because they're off in the regions outside of Beijing. But it's an important market, and it's important for us to have people in those regions to learn about what the opportunities are and what the difficulties are. And we've been doing this at USDA for quite some time. The first foreign employee that the U.S. Department of Agriculture sent on a foreign assignment went out in 1882, and he came to London. So my predecessor at the time, his name was Edmund J. Moffat. His job in 1882 was to report on the UK agriculture sector, European agriculture in general, work with UK officials to resolve trade impediments, and to eventually marketing and promotion were added to that portfolio. That's more or less what I do today and my colleagues around the world are doing. It hasn't changed too much, and I'm sure this is the type of things that your government will be doing in China and the Australian government is doing around the world. In fact, I've encountered UK officials and Australian officials in all of my foreign assignments in Warsaw and Seoul, Korea, and now in London. So why do we do it, though? One of the best pieces of advice I received once was, don't tell the consumer what you're doing, tell them why you're doing it. And I think this is a valuable piece of advice for all of us in the agriculture business. Well, in the United States, we put a lot of resources behind our marketing and promotion of agriculture products because exports are very important to the U.S. agriculture sector. 20% overall gets exported from the United States out of the agriculture production. 15% of our corn's exported, 40% of soybeans, rice, and wheat, over 70% of almonds, walnuts, and cotton. So altogether, in the most recent fiscal year, we exported $130 billion worth of U.S. agriculture products, and it supports over 1 million jobs in the United States in farming, food manufacturing, across the sector. So it's about supporting jobs and helping the economy develop. So, an opportunity, moving on to opportunities that could come out of the post-Brexit environment, I think there's a opportunity here to craft a new UK trade policy based on UK priorities rather than the other 27 members of the EU, what their priorities are. So you'll no longer need to have an external tariff that reflects the need of Brussels to protect Spanish orange producers or Italian olive oil producers or Greek feta cheese manufacturers. You can restrict what you ask for in a trade agreement with the United States or anyone else to what UK priorities are, and I think that's quite an opportunity. You also have an opportunity to not only base your trade policies on the UK priorities, but also to base domestic decisions and trade policy on the evidence, on science, and not be, to some extent, forced to accept the dictates of Brussels. Having been here a couple of years now, I visited some of the UK scientific institutions, and I've seen amazing scientific research going on in a number of areas, biotechnology for one, producing tools that US farmers are using to produce things like potatoes that are genetically engineered to have a lower levels of acrylamide and reduced bruising and a number of other things. These products are being used by US producers, and I would imagine that those of you in the audience who are producing potatoes or some of the other crops that UK scientific institutions are looking at would be quite interested in having the opportunity to take advantage of those tools. So there's an opportunity there as well. And finally, I just wanted to note, as I suspect will come up during the comments, that obviously we have an opportunity to strike a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and the UK. When your Prime Minister visited the United States in January, she met with our new president, and they both expressed interest in deepening our trade relationship. The Prime Minister noted that the UK is not in a position to sign a comprehensive agreement at the moment, as long as the UK remains a member of the EU. So in the meantime, we hope to lay the groundwork for eventually getting to that point when the UK is outside of the EU. So I think there's opportunities there as well. The United States, as I said, is quite a large agriculture exporter. We're also one of the largest importers in the world. We are the largest market for UK agriculture products outside of the European Union. And so you're already doing quite well exporting a lot of different products to the United States, biscuits, beer. There's almost $1 billion of Scotch whiskey going to the United States, so we like your Scotch whiskey for sure. And we're only exporting about $3 billion back to the UK, so roughly $2 billion going to the US, $3 billion coming back. I think you're already in a pretty good position with the United States, and I think there's a lot of other opportunities that could be taken advantage of in the future. So thanks for your attention, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stan. Right, we've got about 3/4 of an hour, just under, for questions. There are, I think, a couple of roving microphones, but there are also the static mics at the top of the stairs here, and then at the front of the bit up there as well. I think just to move things along a bit, I will take questions in groups of 3, if you can put your hands up. But just to get things moving, I thought I'd ask one of my own. Very interesting comments and a lot of different perspectives on the general issue of trade and agricultural goods. But I think one of the sort of common themes was around marketing and promotion of domestic products and the role that governments and government agencies can play in that. And at the risk of oversimplifying the challenge, I just wondered if each of you could give me, what you think is the one, perhaps it might be 2, but perhaps the single measure that governments or industry can take, which would do the most in terms of promoting our domestic products in terms of export markets. Richard.
I think for me it comes down to funding. Like all farmers, I'm not afraid to ask for money, and I think early on we did fairly well under the Food from Britain scheme, where we were funded with tastings and taking British products into Europe. We're seeing the benefits of that now 10 years later, and that solid foundation that you can lay, not only does it give you long-term sales, but what it does, it gives confidence to the buyers in the regions, because some of the other governments, for example, the Italians in Europe, they've got a reputation for supporting their produce at point of sale. So it makes it a lot easier for you to go in and see a supermarket buyer anywhere in the world, because they know you've got the weight of government behind you that will fund products through. Because the biggest fear for a retailer is that they list a product in any region and then it won't sell through.
Karen.
For us, I mean, we've been lucky. We have some funding. We've done quite a lot of generic promotion of British food and drink in China through things like the Great Food campaigning work, a lot of trade show work in China. But where we are at the moment, I think, is that we need to start to be a little bit more sophisticated about how we're targeting our offer. So be really, really clear where our strengths are, which we know from the UK, and then actually work very closely with the really key trade associations in China, to actually develop more of an in-depth relationship with them so that they can cascade those sophisticated messages about what the UK has to offer to their members, rather than trying to go out too broad.
Alexander.
Well, we're a bit into the sort of free market world in Australia, so the best thing the government can do, the single best thing, you can set up marketing bodies and so on, but the best thing the government can do is help to tear down those barriers to trade that other countries have. So the most valuable thing the Australian government has done in recent years is to negotiate these trade agreements with countries like China, Japan, South Korea, I didn't mention in my speech, where 98% of agricultural exports go duty-free, the United States of America and so on. This is the really useful thing that government can do. We have agricultural marketing bodies which are industry-based, not government-run, like Meat and Livestock Australia, Dairy Australia and so on. And they do a lot of the marketing. We have Austrade and the Australian Trade Commission, which does provide some support as well. But honestly, the best thing a government can do is negotiate a range of plurilateral, multilateral and bilateral free trade agreements, open up the market, and the businesses will look after themselves.
Thank you. Stan.
Well, I have to agree. I think that is the key, to have the access. That's a prerequisite to getting into the market. I would add, though, that determining where to fight for access and which products that maybe are not a priority, that's a difficulty in and of itself, and that's where the industry can step in and provide guidance to the government. And in the United States, we have trade associations representing almost any product you can imagine. There's roughly almost 70 different trade associations representing U.S. agriculture products, working with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Often it's those trade associations and their representatives and the importers they work with that identify where the problems lie in market access, and they can advise the government then that this is the problem we need to fight for. So I guess that to kind of encapsulate it, it means your industries need to understand what these markets are like and what problems you face in order to feed the information back to the government so they can fight for you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take some questions. If you can also just say who you are and try and keep the questions as succinct as possible. So we've got one here in the white jackets. And other hands up, and I can line you all up. Pink shirt, just.
Thank you, panel. A fascinating display and presentation. Stan, I'll address it to you, really. Richard Yates from Shropshire, by the way. You mentioned about connecting with our consumers. Well, 20 years ago, our consumers rejected the prospect of eating meat from animals treated with hormones. Why should we want to go back and destroy that wholesome image?
Okay, the microphone and then the stand, and we'll take those three.
Thank you very much. Hayden Evans, dairy farmer, West Wales. Much of your talk was concentrated on potential markets that would open up to us. Many people are actually already trading in those markets. I'm thinking particularly of a dairy farmer here next to me. He's already exporting his flavoured milk into China. But he is concerned because that market took 3.5 years to actually open up. Those businesses are concerned because they're potentially going to fall off a cliff when Brexit finally happens. What advice has the panel got for those businesses?
Thank you. And final question at the stand.
John Gatenby from the North East. With respect to some of the newer technologies, should demand lead technology, or should technology lead demand?
Thank you. Well, Stan, we better go to you first for the question about hormones and beef.
Well, thanks very much for that question. It came up earlier in the discussions this morning, so I was looking for opportunity to say a few words about that. So thank you. You asked why should we perhaps change the consumer attitudes or go against the consumer attitudes that have developed over the past 20 years regarding beef produced with hormones. And I guess I would say that firstly, the science is clearly, the evidence says it's not a problem, it's safe, and we demonstrated that through a WTO case that was taken, which the WTO came down on the side of the science saying that it's okay to use hormones. So nevertheless, the EU decided that it wasn't acceptable for them to allow imports of beef that was produced using the hormones. And there was a different arrangement that was arrived at over the past decade or so, I suppose. But the key point here to remember is the science says it's okay. If consumers nevertheless have the perception that it is not, they should have the opportunity to choose beef that's not produced with hormones if they like. All I'm saying is give them an opportunity to choose the beef produced with the hormones. Let them decide, rather than dictating to them what their choices are.
Alexander, did you want to come in on that?
Just on these questions, first of all, in answer to the question about hormones, the consumer is always right. So if you decide in your market you don't want to import anything from Australia which isn't to your taste, don't you worry, we won't be forcing it on you. You decide. You decide. And at the moment, however we produce beef in Australia, the small amounts of beef, we sell about, off the top of my head, 17,000 tonnes of, no, a bit over that, 25,000 tonnes of beef into the EU, some of which comes to the UK. We meet EU standards for that beef. So you lay down the standards, we meet the standards. So it seems to me that is, anyway, I can speak for Australia, it's probably true of the United States. I mean, it's a bit of a red herring that. If you don't want particular types of beef, nobody's forcing you to import it or to buy it. As far as Brexit is concerned, well, I think I made the point, it's a bit tough to say this to you, but I'm going to say it because it was tough for us. In 1973, when you joined the European Union, that did huge damage to Australian agriculture. Many of our agricultural products, which had depended substantially on the British market, were banned or very substantially reduced in terms of exports to the UK. So we have been through an upheaval ourselves, and the answer is just protecting, continuing to try to protect your own sector is going to keep it small. What we've done is the exact reverse. We've opened up our agriculture, we've taken away subsidies, there's been pain, there's been restructuring, there's no doubt about that, but we have worked to have an agricultural sector that provides not the Australian market, but a global market. We don't think about it in terms of the Australian market, we think about it in terms of the world market. And our agriculture is doing better today. I mean, there's some very good circumstances, as you'll all know at the moment, which will not last forever. But our agriculture is doing better today than it's done for a very long time. And on the technology and productivity, the technology and demand question, the answer's obvious. Our farmers, those who are innovative and creative farmers, They do invest in research and development, so do our industries invest in research and development in order to improve productivity so we can compete more effectively with these guys and take away some of their markets, which is hard going because they're doing the same thing. The EU, it's a bit different because it's much more, it's within the EU, it's a huge market, but it's a pretty closed market for agriculture, whereas countries like Australia and the US, we're out there in the global market. We need to keep improving productivity. Our farmers are not getting subsidies from, the bank of mum and dad. They earn what they earn on the global market, and that helps to drive productivity, research and development and innovation.
Karen, maybe the question about the lead-in time to actually get products into markets and the short amount of time that we might be finding ourselves coming out of the EU.
For China, I mean, it does take a long time. For dairy products, we're in China. We've negotiated that largely for bovine dairy, but there are some other dairy products that we're still working on. For the meat products that we're working on, it's an investment of many years. It's going to take an incredibly long amount of time, and it's going to be a little bit painful and very frustrating, not least for me negotiating it. There are days when I'm pulling my hair out at how difficult it is to try and get into that market. But we're doing it because it's worth it. The industry are telling us they want to trade. The industry have put figures on the value of that trade for me and are telling me that that's the priority for us to negotiate that market access. I'm not sure why for the person you mentioned it was 3.5 years to get in on dairy. I mean, that's something I'm happy to have a chat about. For technology, China's fascinating because it's going through kind of almost what the UK went through in the Industrial Revolution, with huge numbers of people moving from the countryside into the cities, and then the whole sort of structure of agriculture changing, a lot of people going from subsistence farming through to working into cities, and then the industry restructuring. But it's also going through what we've been going through for the last 20 years, starting to look at really high levels of technology, robotics, big data, the kinds of conversations that we're having about technology. And it's doing all of that kind of at the same time. So it's going through kind of 200 years of UK history in the space of about 10 years. So it's quite hard for us to navigate and work out where there are opportunities for us. But certainly we're working with agri-tech companies to look at how we can apply that technology to the slightly different nature of the Chinese industry. And I think there are some substantial opportunities there. We've worked in particular, for example, with the potato sector, looking at harvesting, planting technology and what that means for China with the different way in which they produce food there. So I think it's a massive chance for us.
Okay, and Richard, I mean, you touched on the hormones very briefly in your presentation and the standards issue, which I guess relates a little bit to the technology and demand question as well. How do you view those challenges?
I mean, for me, it would be a concern because I think that UK agriculture is fairly unique. We're not geographically as big as the US or Australia, and I think that we have quite a complex consumer, and I think that whatever we do, however scientifically based it might be, we still have to bring the consumers and the shoppers along with us because we can't afford to alienate our home market. So I would say proceed with caution and not ignore the shopper.
Thank you. Right, should we take 3 more questions? We've got Stuart Agnew in the middle here. If the gentleman at the top wants to position himself, the microphone just behind him. And the same with the gentleman at the back with his hand up here. We need a microphone there in the middle. So if you want to go first.
Okay, thank you. Martin Howlett from the West Country, from Cornwall. Just wanted to touch firstly on the previous comment as regards hormones. I hope that we are moving into an era of trade where those sorts of barriers are going to not be an issue anymore, because clearly we equally could be, particularly in the West Country, could be discriminated against because of bovine TB. There obviously is the elephant in the room still of GM that clearly Europe have put barriers up against. And it's all those sorts of things. And we have to remember, I can remember as a young farmer back in 1996 what happened to our beef industry with BSE and the way the world reacted to that. Again, a non-science, but still created tremendous trade problems. But my question really is to be proactive. Coming from Cornwall, from the West Country, we have brilliant products that we know, as Richard's identified already with his product. And it was really comment from the panel, please, on what was suggested this morning as regards the model that Ireland have of board beer. Clearly, we have got our sectors with HDB, levy payers and everything else to be able to put funds together for that with help from government. Do you see that as a positive benefit for us to market around the world? Because clearly as individual farmers, clearly Richard's been able to do it, but not every beef, sheep, dairy farmer can do the same thing. Would it not be more practical to have some form of body like board beer?
Thank you. Stuart, why don't you go first and then we'll go.
Thank you. Stuart Agnew, farmer and MEP. I'd like to put forward a theoretical situation to the panellists. So we are independent Britain, and we are concerned about microbial, sorry, I can't say the word. Has somebody helped me? Microbial resistance? Right. Now, this is a public health issue, because if the resistance is in the livestock, it can then go into the human population. The bugs in the human population are resistant. So the British government says to farmers, you are not allowed to use these drugs. In the interests of the health of the country, you must stop using them. The British farmers say, well, we won't be competitive. If we don't use these, our productivity will collapse. And so the British government bans imports of any food that's been treated with these antibiotics. Now, how would the World Trade Organization react to that? Because a country is allowed to ban imports if it can prove they threaten human health. So what would be the result of that scenario?
And finally, the question at the back here.
Bryce McAllis, Staffordshire. On a point, how competitive would other countries would be, and the UK as a whole be competitive if we didn't actually have a support payment system and we were all free trading farmers without support globally? Would that be something that ourselves as the UK be able to compete at a global level at this moment? And would the rest of the countries in the world be able to compete globally against us?
Okay, thanks. The first question was about a sort of board beer type model promoting UK goods, a question about potential ban on sanitary grounds for antimicrobial resistance, and then a question really about reducing support payments, what that might mean in terms of competitiveness. Who wants to take that? Take one or all of them? Karen, go on then.
Yeah, the first one, the easy one. We actually have already quite a strong regional structure, so we have a network of international trade advisors that are based out in the regions, and they're doing quite a lot of work at the moment to galvanise potential groups of exporters for key markets into groups where they can actually come out to a market like China and present a sort of coordinated offer that represents one sector. And last November, for example, for the beer industry, we had a group of 12 to 15 beer companies that came out to South China, where there's the strongest demand really for alcohol in China. And we introduced them to a series of key buyers as very much a coordinated group, so that we could sort of brand the UK's beer offer. And so that's something increasingly that we're doing. We're bringing a group of exporters out to China in May from the southwest of England, who are working very closely with the ITA, and they've secured European funding to actually promote their offer abroad. So I think it's a model that we're already looking at, but I think that we're welcome to views about how we can do that better.
Great. And Richard, you wanted to add to that?
I mean, board beer, they're an export dairy industry. You know, they've been exporting for years. They've got an export strategy. They are very collaborative, the whole industry, and how they operate, and they have got 10 and 15-year plans. And for us, I think that has to be the benchmark. You know, when we're in a position where we're setting targets for each sector, you know, 5 or 10 years out, and putting a plan together about how we're going to deliver those, then you're starting to develop a proper export mindset. I'm not sure we're quite there yet, but that certainly is the benchmark.
I was on whether you wanted to answer the question particularly about support payments and what that might mean. The question was sort of about competitiveness, but maybe also, actually how any transition to such a status would actually operate in practice.
Well, first of all, on government marketing, good luck with that. It's usually, it can make a bit of a difference at the margin, but it's not going to make a huge difference to the whole of the industry. The way to do that, as I've mentioned already, is to build market access. If the UK had a free trade agreement with China, you could get huge increases in your dairy exports, as we've had from Australia, and I'll tell you who has: New Zealand. So New Zealand is the country to look at if you want to see what happens if you take away a support system for farmers. And they did it very dramatically in the 1980s. There was huge upheaval, and you can imagine the anger amongst the farmers in New Zealand, stories of suicides, bankruptcies, and it was huge. But the advantage, it's a bit hard to say this to farmers, I suppose, but the macroeconomic advantage of taking away subsidies is you get a much more flexible system of agriculture. So I come from the Adelaide Hills. When I was a child, we used to have dairy and horticulture, essentially. But there are no subsidies any longer for the dairy industry and none for horticulture. And what you've seen is continual changes in land use. So we've seen a big growth in vineyard plantings in the Adelaide Hills. We've seen land use move from sheep to particularly wool growing to beef and so on. So you do get a lot of dynamic into your agricultural sector because people don't have the certainty of subsidies, and farmers have to be a great deal more cautious and, I suppose, innovative. But to transition from a system of having the sort of support you have at the moment, which is, as far as I understand it, and I've had a look at the data, it's pretty substantial, the support farmers get from the European Union. To take all of that away overnight would have, of course, a huge short-term impact on you and would be deeply unpopular. But our farmers probably do at least as well as yours do. I don't really know, but presumably in terms of return on capital invested, they do pretty well, depending on how good they are as farmers. And they don't get any support, so they have to take the lack of support into account. Just on the quarantine question, it's sort of a hypothetical, of course, that you raise, and I used to be a politician once, and you never answer, and you are a politician, so you never answer a hypothetical question with a hypothetical answer. God knows how we would react in that circumstance if that circumstance ever arose. We'd have to look at it. But the point, of course, is that we have sanitary and phytosanitary standards which are part of the WTO regime. And I can only speak for my own country. In Australia, we have pretty stringent sanitary and phytosanitary standards, and we often get complaints, including from the EU, about the stringency of our standards, but we want to protect it's not just protect human health. Obviously, we try not to import poison, except for plants, but not for people. Try not to. But we want to protect our agricultural, if you like, the integrity of our agriculture. We don't want to bring in diseases and pests to Australia that don't at the moment exist in Australia. So we try to keep out, for example, fire blight affected fruit, because we don't have fire blight in Australia, in the Australian apple industry. And so the list goes on.
Dan, I'll come to you in a second. I just wanted Richard to follow up on the subsidy.
I just want to follow up the subsidy thing because it's spoken about a lot, and farming, despite subsidies, obviously hasn't been hugely profitable in the UK for a number of years. So it's not as if the farmers in the UK have been banking the subsidies. I see it more as a food subsidy. It's enabled a situation where food can be cheaper, and arguably without subsidies, then we'd need a more sustainable price, and the price would have to be higher anyway. Because if you look at the dairy sector, people haven't been, posting huge profits over the last couple of years, even with subsidies. So I think the food would probably have to be more expensive, so you'd have to pay it one way or another.
Although food, I think you'll find food in Australia without subsidies. I think you'll find food in Australia is slightly cheaper than food in the UK, but that might depend on how you look at the exchange rate or something like that.
Stan.
So on the first two questions, just a couple of brief comments. The first question about development of a board BLX structure or something along those lines. I think each country has its own situations, and some solutions may not work equally well across all countries. So this is something that the UK will have to work on and out on its own. But like I said, in the United States, our system has been very much a commodity by commodity association approach, advocating on behalf of a very specific set of products within their commodity sphere. And it seems to work relatively well for us. There were some comments as part of the question about bovine TV and genetically engineered products. And I just wanted to maybe say as an aside here that it strikes me as an inconsistency to try to defend crop protection chemicals like glyphosate based on the science and not use the science for other things like beef hormones or pathogen reduction treatments for chicken or genetically engineered products. And I just point that out because that will be an issue I think that your industry may have to struggle with in the coming years. And finally, on Mr. Agnew's question about the microbial resistance and WTO views, I'm not a WTO expert, but I think you're correct that if a country can make a case that it's putting in place a restriction based on science and a risk assessment that is solid and makes sound scientific sense, the WTO rules allow for that. And that's all of our countries have these sanitary and phytosanitary rules in place for quarantine, so weeds aren't introduced or animal diseases, also for food safety issues. That's part and parcel of the WTO agreement, and so if a country can make a case based on sound science, then I think the WTO members would have to agree.
Okay, let's take, we've got a bit longer than 10 minutes, so we'll take three more and see if we've got time after that. Here at the front, Frank's got. And then we had a third one.
Frank Langrish, sheep farmer from East Sussex. Looking at Brexit, sheep would appear to be the one commodity that's going to be very seriously affected, with about 40% of our sheep meat going into Europe, and also the potential that if we fall off the cliff edge, we have a tariff of 51% from WTO, which doesn't actually bode very well for the industry. What's beginning to bother me is without any transitional arrangement, where will that sheep meat actually go that has a realistic market? There is one, which is a high-value market, which is in the Middle East, but they have to go there alive, and Australia has had quite a great experience of that.
Okay, if you can take the that microphone, with the hand up there, and second question over here.
Thanks very much. Andrew Loftus, North Yorkshire. Talk about trade liberalisation. That's one half of the equation. The other big half is obviously exchange rates, which have a massive effect on trade flows. Do a lot of work to liberalise trade, only to have the exchange rate moved in the opposite direction. Are there any examples anywhere in the world of tying tariffs to exchange rates or modulating them in one way or another? Is it possible? Has it been tried? If not, why not?
The third question.
Hey, Gary Mitchell, NFU Scotland. On your graph, Karen, earlier on, I was quite shocked to see that China are only importing 30% of the food. I actually think the UK import 35% of theirs. I think we are poor sellers in the UK as a whole. And just listen to our Australian friend here. I had some friends that I heard of 2 or 3 weeks ago that were over here, and they couldn't believe how cheap food was. She'd done all her shopping in Marks and Spencer's, and she said it was half as much cheaper than what it was back home. So you and me must be talking to two different people. Also, my Facebook page must pick up all the unhappy farmers in Australia that there is, because I don't read a lot of positive things coming from Australian farmers. But but I just want to put to you, do you think we are good sellers? Are we needing to export more to control our retailers and what they do to our markets? But, you know, I definitely do not think we sell enough in our own home ground. So to our two foreign ones, I would like you to tell me, if we were an isolated island tomorrow, where do you see your opportunity here, and do you think you can sell better than we can? Thank you.
Alexander, I better give you the opportunity to respond.
No, I've never met a happy Australian farmer. So I'm not surprised you've never heard of one, because there isn't one. You know, I don't know, it's probably completely different here, but for Australian farmers, life could always be better. Though at the moment they're doing pretty well. And Australian agriculture is overall pretty healthy in spite of that. It's a great question about the live sheep trade. We have this live sheep trade into the Middle East, which for our sheep farmers has been pretty important. But it's been quite controversial. First of all, there's been some opposition to it, not strong public opposition, but some opposition from the animal rights people. And then there has been the odd crisis where, particularly in the case of Saudi Arabia, that we've had a shipload of sheep go all the way from Australia to Saudi Arabia, only for the Saudis then to reject the sheep. I mean, don't ask me. I used to be the foreign minister of Australia, so I've spent a lot of time negotiating with those countries in the Middle East as ships float around, ships of shame they're sometimes called, float around the Gulf trying to find somewhere to unload the sheep. I remember finally persuading the Eritrean government to take a whole lot of our sheep, because you can't keep them on the ship for very long, otherwise, you know, they're going to die. It has been a very profitable trade for us. But I really want you to dwell on the controversy surrounding it. So if you get into the live sheep trade, not only will you compete with us, and our farmers won't be happy, but of course you're perfectly entitled to do that. But I warn you, there will be all those sorts of controversies. On the exchange rate issue, the exchange rate reflects movements of capital in and out of your country. That's what pretty much determines your exchange rate. So if your trade is going badly, you will see your exchange rate decline. We've seen our exchange rate, I mentioned in my speech, decline by around 30% over the last 4 years because of the huge decline, around at one stage 50 to 60% decline in energy and commodity prices, not so much to do with agriculture. What happens then is exports start moving again. You start to earn substantial amounts of export income. You become more competitive. Once that happens, your exchange rate goes up, and then that can affect your competitiveness. I would say to anybody, Australia has gone through a period since the 1980s of getting rid of tariffs and quotas and other forms of protection, many of which you, of course, have in the European Union. I would say our country has been substantially better off because we've got rid of those things. And this is a bit counterintuitive to say to a lot of farmers, but I'm going to say it anyway. Not only does free trade reduce the cost of your give you access to export markets, but it reduces the cost of imports, and that includes business inputs, and it makes your country overall substantially more competitive. And Australia has now had 26 consecutive years of economic growth, and that's partly because Australia has been a very open, very competitive market, but the Australian government has been prepared to give all sorts of countries like the United States, China, Japan, Korea, Singapore, lots of countries, pretty much free access to the Australian market, including for agriculture, in return for substantial access to their markets. That's been a huge driver of economic growth in Australia.
Karen, I don't know whether you had any comments about the proportion of food imported into China and the trend of that figure.
I think the question was, are we good sellers? And one of the key things that's, I think, holding us back as trade advisors in China is actually a lack of supply. So that doesn't apply for every sector. In the port sector, for example, I have companies that are absolutely clamoring to sell their products and get them into China. And it's the market access that's holding them up, and that is obviously what we're focusing on. But for other sectors, and I have to say dairy would be an example, we've built relationships with some of the largest dairy companies in China, which are also some of the largest dairy companies in the world, who are all really eager to work with the UK and are quite open to different models of doing that. We've had dairy companies who said to us that they're eager to look at importing finished products from the UK, entering into partnerships with British dairy companies, investing their equity into British dairy companies, looking to source raw ingredients and bring them back into China to produce products that are tailored to the China market, or look at production in the UK that's also tailored to the China market. So lots and lots of opportunities, but on the whole, I would say we are struggling with a supply of good products to sell. And that's not because we don't have good products. Our products are fantastic. But on the whole, I feel that we don't have as many companies as I would like who are eager to trade, or certainly are eager to trade with China. And just to compare that to, say, one of my competitors, Germany, who's doing incredibly well in a sector like dairy, they went into the market at a really good time, got an early mover advantage in a lot of really big tier 1 cities in China, and then invested very heavily as an industry as a whole in marketing. So when, and we've done research which shows consumers telling us that when they get pregnant, for example, and go into the hospital, there's German dairy advertising on the wall, and then you go into the kindergartens and there's German dairy advertising on the wall there for the infant formula and the milk products. So they've really wholeheartedly embraced the market. So, I mean, I would say we have some really excellent companies that sell very well, but as a whole industry, I think we can learn a lot from some of the competitors and what I see them doing in the market.
Richard, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, just picking up Gary's question. You said about 35% imports. Obviously, we're very proud to be exporting, 75,000 tonnes of cheddar, but we're only just scratching the surface, really. And what my business is doing and what the UK business generally is doing is pretty poor. If you look at that in the context of the imports, cheddar imports into the UK are still over 90,000 tonnes. So there's still an imbalance there. So we're still behind, we're still exporting less than we're importing. So, there's plenty we can do, and we're really only scratching the surface.
A few remarks about the first question, the trying to find a home for the sheep that are currently being exported as lamb to the EU. And I'll just note that in the United States, we have been working on a federal rule that will eventually lift the restrictions for all countries around the world on live sheep imports into the United States. The rule was out for public comment last year in late September. The comment period closed, and there were only 53 comments, including one from the UK's chief veterinary officer. And most of those comments were generally supportive of establishing access for imported sheep. In particular, there were a few comments about getting access to UK sheep genetics in the United States. Many people were quite interested in that. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture is currently in the process of reviewing these comments. We're obliged to review each and every comment and then explain how we addressed it and if it required a change to the rule. That process is going on right now and continues to churn. Very difficult to say when it will end because some of these comments can be quite technical and require a fair amount of research. So that's access for live sheep. For lamb and sheep meat in general, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is working very closely with DEFRA for quite some time now to establish an equivalency arrangement for imports of lamb from the UK, not only lamb, but also beef and pork from all regions of the UK. This is augmenting the access that's already there for pork from England and Northern Ireland, I believe. That process will continue to work through the paperwork. There's a 1,000-page dossier that has to be reviewed by the experts. When the dossier is ready, all sides understand what the UK's equivalency process is. The UK will invite a team of USDA veterinarians to look at a few plants here and get audit the system, I guess you could say. That will only happen when DEFRA is assured that they're ready to receive the team, and we haven't got that invitation yet. So that's the second aspect of our process that will eventually lead to market access for UK sheep and lamb coming into the United States.
Thank you. Time is just about up, I'm afraid. I did have one very quick last question I wanted to run by everybody, which is probably a gut feeling rather than an expertise question, although two guests at the end may have some experience. But Ian Wright mentioned this morning there's some positivity within the UK government about how quickly we can wrap up, certainly a trade deal with the EU. Do you think that we can come away with a trade agreement within 2 and a bit years' time? Richard, start with you again.
No, I don't think we will. I think that the most critical thing is a proper transitional arrangement. There's no rush, there's no hurry. We can, as long as we get the right transitional agreement, then I don't think there's any rush at all, and I don't think these things should be rushed.
Karen?
I can't comment on that. What my minister might have said this morning.
I'll let you off. I'll let you off. Alexander?
We concluded a free trade agreement with the United States, and it took us 15 months to negotiate that, so it can be done. I suppose our perspective is, you know, and we're always saying to you, whether you're a Remainer or whether you're a Brexiteer, cheer up, stop being so negative the whole time, try to be positive. Think about this. When you negotiate free trade agreements, normally the reason it takes time is because of political sensitivities. Let's say you're a Northern Irish beef farmer. That's a bit of a sensitivity I'm familiar with. You're a Northern Irish beef farmer. You will be worried about beef exports from Australia, and the government will come to the Australian government and say, well, you know, we can't just move straight to zero tariffs and free trade for beef. These things take a long time to negotiate. But with the EU, you're in a completely different position. At the moment, you have free trade with the EU. So the proposition is the complete reverse of normal trade negotiations, and it's this. Are you and the EU, you're the 5th biggest economy in the world, and you think of all those countries in the EU, are you going to go and erect trade barriers, not take down trade barriers, erect trade barriers between the UK and the EU? I would have thought that would be damaging to the global economy if you were to do that. It would put the UK and the EU into recession, and it will not, and the EU at the moment, including the UK, is about 9% of global GDP. So 91% of global GDP will say to you, you're doing real damage to the global economy through this exercise. So we think you should be able to move towards maintaining that free flow of trade between the UK and the EU, and you should be able to do that relatively quickly.
And briefly, Stan?
Well, I guess regarding the question of whether it's possible to negotiate a free trade agreement with the EU in a span of time, 2 years, we weren't able to do it, I can say that much, but as the High Commissioner mentioned, we're coming from a completely different place. You're already operating in a free trade environment within the EU, and so if there's political will on all sides, anything can happen, anything's possible.
Great. Well, thank you to all 4 of our panelists. We're breaking for tea, coffee, or whatever now, coming back, I think, for 4:15. But if you could please show your appreciation for our panelists in the usual way. Thank you. Thank you.
to talk into it. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah? Again? 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. Microphone 1. Testing, testing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm moving around a little bit just to see if it works. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Testing, testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. NFU conference is due to start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as NFU conference is due to start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as NFU conference is due to start.
Good afternoon, conference, and welcome to our final session of today. Before I introduce the topic and the speakers, if I could just indulge you a minute of my time for some wider observations from the Vice President's office. I think we're all well aware that the decision to leave the European Union is a considerable challenge for the NFU, maybe its greatest challenge yet. But rest assured, we are up for that challenge. We see it as opportunity rather than threat. We are not naive about its enormity, but we're not overwhelmed by it either. But I think what we need to remember in amongst all this challenge is that there's a great opportunity for us to grow and strengthen the NFU. Strong, effective political representation of our industry could never be more important than it is now. And that should be our recruitment poster. I'm very conscious I have a unique opportunity here because sitting in front of me are our key activists. You are our representatives in the field at the coalface. You are our best ambassadors. You are our best recruiting sergeants. So I'd urge you all to get out there, to diplomatically speak to neighbours, near neighbours, you know aren't members, and explain to them how Agriculture needs a strong voice at this moment in time, and every extra member of the NFU gives us a stronger voice. It is our membership that nourishes us. I think also we need to be mindful, we need to reach out to the under 40 age group, because this issue, which may colour the direction of our industry for a generation, is primarily their issue rather than my generation's issue. So let's reach out to them and make sure we engage them. Okay, that's the Nuremberg bit done. I'll move on to talking about the topic. So the topic is technology. I think even late adopters such as me are aware that when I get in a tractor cab nowadays, there's something going on. I'm soon going to become a tractor programmer, not a tractor driver. Developments in robotics and telemetry, in-cab computing, and all sorts of other exciting new ideas are transforming the way we manage our farms. This came home to me a couple of years ago when I had an Open Farm Sunday event, and my local dealership lent me a state-of-the-art, very expensive combine, well out of my price bracket. But I was very proud to have it for the day on the farm, and I was showing people around the farm and showing them the combine. And there was a lady pensioner from good old Clacton-on-Sea in the cab, and I was explaining to her what a wonderful machine this was, because it could steer itself. It knew exactly where it was within 2 centimetres of its place on Earth. It could turn around on its own. It permanently measured the moisture and the quality of the crop, and then readjusted the threshing mechanism, all automatically. It could think for itself, and meanwhile it sent data out through an aerial into satellites, could come back into my office so I could better understand how I could grow a crop, and it sent data to the machinery manufacturer to make sure the machine was working, and so on and so on. And said lady pensioner from Clacton-on-Sea was indeed impressed and got very animated and stood up and opened the door and shouted down to her husband at the bottom of the steps, "Oi, Derek, come up here. You won't believe this. This farmer reckons his combine's got sat-nav." So, this session is about technology, about the revolution that's going on and where it could go, and what the role of the NFU is in all of that. And so to our first speaker. I've heard this gentleman many times, and whenever I do, I think I've had a little bit of a glimpse into the future, which is a special thing. Can you please welcome Head of Robotics and Automation at Harper Adams University, Professor Simon Blackmore. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. I give a lot of talks to farmer groups around the country, but facing 1,000 is something a little bit different. And it started to make me wonder, I wonder what the collective noun for 1,000 farmers is. Perhaps, Guy, you could have a think about what that might be. Okay, so the topic of the conference is about competitiveness, and I'm going to be talking about some new technologies. Particularly, I'm going to talk about the mechanization system. You all use machines in different forms and different ways, and you're more than aware, I'm sure, that the new technologies that are being developed outside the agricultural sector quite often can have a useful role within agriculture. And that's what I've been doing for many years now. I mean, it all started with precision farming, and we're now getting to the point where we can envisage and, in fact, even develop robots for agriculture. Maybe you heard earlier today the discussion about the agricultural centres that have been set up. There's a new one being set up with Cranfield, Harper and Struck in Scotland. And this was the new Agri-Epicentre building as of yesterday. But the sort of projects that we've been involved with at Harper range quite a number of different things. Obviously, drones is a big hot topic at the moment, so we set up the Agri-Drone Centre. I'll talk about that in a minute. We have an autonomous tractor funded from European collaboration with DEFRA. We're working on laser weeding. You're all aware of the problems of herbicide resistance And so we've got the opportunity to come up with new techniques to be able to overcome this. Microdroplet application, quite an interesting idea, and I've heard it raised a few times already today, that we've got the problem of getting access to the right active ingredients in the chemicals. But the trouble is we need to change legislation. Guy asked me, I'll have a slide a little bit later, about what the NFU should do to lobby government to change legislation. And we can then, with these new machines, be able to use existing active ingredients that are not currently allowed because legislation is tied up with the way it's applied. Robotic seeding and spraying, robotic phenotyping, that's being able to measure all the different crops, characteristics, sub-canopy sensing, lots of little robots, lots of machines doing different things. Robotic strawberry harvesting is another example I'll give you in a minute. And we've just started this year the hands-free hectare. And that's what I call the agricultural grand challenge. And that is where we've now got 1 hectare at Harper that we will grow spring barley and nobody will go in that area. So it will be established, serviced and harvested by robotic systems. So let's come back to the context of competitiveness and the efficient production. A lot of my work falls in the area of making the whole crop production system significantly more efficient. But when we reflect on what has been going on in the agricultural or the arable sector for many years, it's good, I think, to be able to identify some of the weaknesses in the current system. We use too much energy, large machines and practices are damaging the soil, and particularly this concept of economies of scale, growth through economies of scale is coming to an end, which I'll cover in a little bit more detail in a moment. And there's a whole range of these new drivers for change, and of course Brexit is going to be an important one. But more sustainable food in a growing world population, where are we going to produce more food? Improve on-farm viability, desire to have less environmental impact, and weather and competition from world food prices. So I believe that we need to develop a new crop production system where machines can play an important part in making it significantly more efficient and flexible. So machines with what I now call intelligently targeted inputs, and I'll go into details in that in a moment. Small light machines to allow operations that we can't do now, and add value to the products before they leave the farm. I'll give examples of all of these in just a moment. We have seen over many years then the development and the linear trend of machines getting bigger all the time. The machines have now actually reached their maximum size, and the reason for that is that they need to fit on railway wagons, and those railway wagons need to fit on the or fit through the tunnels. And so, have you ever wondered why the combines have got chamfered tops on them there, and why tractors are of the size? You can see it being loaded onto the railway wagon, and in the background there is a gauge. And all these machines must pass through this gauge, otherwise they won't fit through the railway tunnels. And so therefore, we have reached the maximum size of these tractors due to factors outside of agriculture. But there's been good reason for big tractors and big implements, because it gives us the increased work rates, and the economies of scale then reduce the driver costs per hectare, cost and time. It always tends to be a large capital investment, but we can't get these machines to be made any bigger. And it's good for large fields, but the interesting thing is, of course, you cannot use it for small fields. Now, in the previous session I was in, a farmer was asking, is this going to be the demise, our robots and so on, going to be the demise of small farms and family farms? And in fact, I had to keep my mouth shut because I knew I'd have a chance to talk now, but no, it's the exact opposite. Because I believe that small to medium-sized farms and fields have the greatest potential for increased production with appropriate technology. Now, Normally I give about an hour's worth of presentation. I don't have that opportunity today. So what you're seeing here is just a number of slides that make various points that I wanted to raise today. And the new way we're thinking about how to make crop production system more efficient is through intelligently targeted inputs. So there's two ways of getting efficiency. One, through economies of scale, the other through intelligently targeted inputs. They're not mutually exclusive, so I could see that we could have big tractors doing smart things later on. But at this stage, I think it makes sense, and there are a lot of other advantages in having them as small. So you're all aware of the concepts of precision farming. When we first started this, more than 25, 30 years ago, some of you may actually remember we called it SVAPS, Spatially Variable Agricultural Production System. And we went over to precision farming. It should have been called accurate farming, because that's what we're trying to do all the time. Doing the right thing in the right place, the right time, in the right way. That's what drives us with these technologies. But with these smart machines, we have to embed your values, because if any of you or any of us here today all try to manage the same field, we will do it in 1,000 different ways. Who is right? Well, we're all right. We're doing it the way we want to do it. So with these smart machines, we then have to make sure that it's not one size fits all. It is that your values are then embedded within the machine, and the machine goes out there and does what you want it to do. But we do have to have automated sensing and action, and minimize the use of energy, moving towards 100% on target. So there is another hot topic here, and that is, of course, seasonal labor. Talking with farmers that we've been working with and developing products for, we've seen that the reduced value of the pound is less attractive to these people. Societal animosity towards migrant labor has grown remarkably, and the government may impose restrictions, all which then increases the risk. But I realize that with the types of technology that we're developing, it is actually the seasonal labor role that we can replace. So robots are good for semi-skilled, highly repetitive tasks. This is not new in agriculture. It's always been like that. And so therefore, I think that it is those tasks that will be first automated. But secondly, we can add value to the products before they leave the farm. Most of my work on precision farming has tended to be within the crop production area, and somebody pointed out that 90% of the value of the food was made after it leaves the farm gate. And I realized that we have to change that. It's the primary production is the important thing. The rest is marketing and logistics. So we've got to come up with ways in which we can add value to the product. So there's new concepts I've been working on, something called selective harvesting and grading. I'll give you examples of that. And then laser weeding that can work in organic products and in conventional products as well. Now, as I say, I apologize I can't give a complete rundown in the time that I've got allocated. If you are interested, maybe you've seen in the press lots of these little red robots that I designed a few years ago. But if you do a Google search for Royal Society Simon Blackmore, you'll find a presentation there that I gave a few months back that goes into this in more detail. But effectively, what you can see here is 4 stages to the cropping cycle. We've now got establishment, crop scouting, crop care, and selective harvesting. So about 10 years back, I then started with a clean piece of paper, realized that there's a lot of new technological opportunities, a lot of new pressures on farmers that the old system doesn't recognize or assist with. And so I came up with this new system. These are all computer graphics, by the way, and it's certainly not finished. This is just a discussion document, and we continually evolve and develop it into hopefully something that will be commercial before very long. Some examples of the work that we've been doing is a project called hyperweeding, and although this looks like a traditional tractor with an implement on behind, What's going on inside that box is some pretty smart stuff, because we've got cameras inside there that's then recognizing the lettuces, recognizing the weeds, and then we're killing the weeds with a tiny laser beam for a split second and eradicating the weeds. The way we do it is that we recognize the meristem of the weed, the little growing point. We heat that up to 95 degrees C, and the cell walls then rupture. And those weeds, I mean, to me, weeds are about that big, 1-2 centimeters across. By the time that the meristem is then destroyed, then the plants either go dormant or die. So we are developing a chemical-free method for crop protection here. Sorry, that was the trials for last year, and we're going to continue again the trials this year. Another example is then of robotic strawberry harvesting. We have a project called AutoPick, and we use stereo vision then to go down the row of strawberries, and you can see this augmented picture here with the dimensions on here. And what we can do is recognize the strawberries by the size and the color, and we can then, using stereo vision, recognize the position of the stalk here, and that's when the robot will go and pick it. And once we've got control of each individual strawberry, we can then use near-infrared techniques for sweetness, ripeness, shelf life, and so on. And we can then grade them into punnets at the point of production. So we're adding value to the strawberries at the point of harvest, rather than all those strawberries going off to a production line for grading and so on. So this is an example, as I say, of selective harvesting. Only harvest that part of the crop which has saleable characteristics. Phased repetitive harvesting, machine vision, color 3D, real-time quality sensing at the point of harvest. Again, if you're wondering what some robots might look like, I've just put an example picture here from Kongsgilde. Years back, I was working in Denmark before I went to work in Greece and then came back to this country. So some of my old students got together and developed a robotic weeding prototype here, just as a concept to see what farmers would then make of it. So, coming on to Guy's question, NFU's role in helping adopt new technologies. I was lucky enough just to come back last week from a trade mission to New Zealand for precision farming, and it was pretty harrowing talking to the farmers there in terms of the difficulties that they went through when all of their subsidies were removed. Very painful, needing drastic changes to farming practices. They're very efficient now. Many of them have overcome those difficulties and are farming on world prices now. How do we compare this to the UK? Well, we heard this morning that there is a commitment to keep support going for a small number of years, but I think it's inevitable that these are going to be reduced and we're going to have to become more efficient. The UK is slightly different in terms of that we've got stronger environmental laws that will always need extra support if the government wants these things to happen. But particularly to change legislation, I've come across a number of barriers in terms of these technologies that are stopping you getting access to the things that you want to get access to. We have to remove methods of application in legislation to allow new forms of agrochemical delivery. So when you want to go out spraying, you can go out with a boom-mounted tractor, or you can use an aerial-based system. But what is a drone? A spray drone. So we are testing spray drones at the moment. They're making them in China. You're not allowed to use them in this country. But the CAA and the Chemical Regulations Directorate are very open to these discussions. But the trouble is that the legislation at the moment doesn't allow that to happen. So current laws stop technological innovation. It's an interesting change in concept. I mean, all these things I'm talking about are very disruptive. Some of the previous questions in this afternoon's session was, how do you overcome incrementally some of the problems, and I have no answer for that. The vision that I've got is disruptive, and we need then the ability to be able to embrace that disruption. So let me just talk about a different way of doing things. At the moment, we put the smarts into the chemical, we spread the chemical everywhere, and the chemical decides, I'm going to kill this plant, I'm not going to kill that plant, I'm going to be good to the environment, and I am not going to cost very much. Now that's tough to put into a chemical, but it's relatively easy to put that smarts into the machine that applies the chemical. So we can use machine vision to recognize 26 different species of weed, we can recognize the biomass, the position, and we can then only put chemical only onto the leaf of the weed. And if we do that, we can save by volume 99.99% of the chemical. Save 99% of the chemical. So that's one thing directly. If you don't make any other change to the system, you can save that amount. But the consequence of that is that if we are now only applying chemical directly onto the target leaf, where none of it then is going directly into the soil or where it shouldn't go, then we need legislation to be relaxed so that the chemical companies can use active ingredients that they know work very well at the moment. They got store cupboards full of them. They can't use them at the moment because legislation is tied up with the way in which the chemical is applied. And if we remove that, so we move to smart technologies, then suddenly there's a range of new technology, new active ingredients available to us. So, ensuring new legislation for driverless cars. You've all seen Google cars and Uber cars and so on in the news. Well, we've got one of the few driverless tractors in the UK. But we need to make sure that legislation covers the use of those machines, but I would insist not on public roads at the moment. These big tractors bouncing around are pretty scary anyway without seeing one coming down towards you without a driver in it. And being controlled by Microsoft Windows, that gets scary. So, again, we need change in legislation with the drones to formalize commercial use and allow what's called BLOS, beyond line of sight operation. First-gen drones are just controlling from remote. Second-gen drones actually do things and will be automatic or semi-automatic. To integrate with existing CAA systems, incorporate the second-generation drones into this system. Again, in New Zealand, I saw a very interesting website they developed called AirShare, where all the drone operators then are encouraged to put their flight plans onto this so that everybody knows exactly where the drones are flying. This will not work for hobbyists, of course, but it will work then for the responsible commercial users of drones. And again, I'm sure many of you may have your own drones. The interesting thing is that if you've got your drone on your farm and you look at the pictures of your farm and change a decision based on that, the current law says you're supposed to have a commercial license for it, which then is way over restrictive. So I think we need to look at some of these things to make sure that the legislation services our requirements. But I think that the government, we've heard today and previously that the changes that we are now going to see in Brexit are very real, and the government is prepared to invest in this area where we do have the opportunity to use sensible technologies to overcome the problems that we're seeing and take advantages of the new markets and opportunities. So I would then promote integrated research funding to allow UK farmers to take advantage of these new technology opportunities. So in conclusion, this is very disruptive. So the things I'm talking about are not easy to implement incrementally. It will need big changes. You don't see any robots running around in this country. It's not for the lack of technology. It's from the lack of investment or the lack of, well, the big machinery manufacturers all know this. I talk to them quite regularly. We all talk at the various conferences, but they're not interested in investing in a technology that is then going to disrupt their current business model. So the only way of getting these machines into the farming community, I believe, is then through new startup companies. I am working with a number of young people who have got a vision for developing robots in agriculture. I have a close collaboration with one farmer who's now talking to other farmers. We're getting a farmer-based crowd-funded organization together. If anyone's interested, then please talk to me afterwards. It needs to have no legacy issues, meaning that let's use the appropriate technologies to be able to solve the problems or take advantage of the opportunities without worrying too much how we did it in the past and utilize these tech. Legislation should not inhibit the development, but we need to do a lot more of these field trials. And we need to speed up development of agricultural robots into the commercial sector. And so, Guy, with that, I would say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for listening and your attention.
Simon, thank you. And having visited your lab, your lair at Harper, I know we've only scratched the surface of what you do, and it's a disservice to only give you 20 minutes, but many thanks. So the plan now is to play 4 3-minute films of farmer practitioners who are at the cutting edge of this technology from 4 different sectors. They're all NFU members, and then we'll invite them up to form a panel at the end if we have time for some Q&A. So could we run video 1, please?
We imported a tractor from America in 2005, and we made a conscious decision to put the GPS steering onto that tractor. My father at the time said he didn't know what we were bothering putting the technology on for, but once he'd used it for 3 hours, he was absolutely convinced that it was a big step in the right direction. When I look at the technology that we're using on the farm, I basically divide it into 2. You've got one which is the machine guidance, so it's responsible for driving the tractors or combines in a straight line. It's very easy to find information about why you should adopt steering technology, because if it reduces the overlap, if it reduces the amount you cultivate, it makes you more efficient, then there's a definite gain, a definite benefit for the business. So that was really simple. We then look at the spatial variability, which is the variability within the fields. And you map the fields, you look at your yield maps, and you look at your fertiliser application maps. You then may change your seed rates. It's got to be beneficial treating the areas of the field more accurately than we were before. So we're able to put fertiliser in the right place, we're able to put more seeds where there's a lower germination rate. That's got to make sense. When it comes to an economic level, it's still very difficult to say we are this much better off because we've adopted all this technology. We have got into drone mapping more recently. The ability is there to fly the drone with the camera, but I'm not sure we're getting the correct information out at the other end just yet. It will happen, but we need them to be able to fly the fields and identify black grass in January, February. At the moment, they can only do it in May. When I look forwards, I think the sky's the limit as to where we're going to be. We've seen machinery get bigger and bigger and bigger for efficiencies and economies of scale. I wonder if there's going to come a time where actually we're seeing machinery get smaller and smaller because it becomes automated. There will be more technology used on farm. It's just about how we adopt it and the ownership of some of that, which is going to raise questions. I think there's a role for the NFU in making sure that the legislators understand how farmers are using drones and why we need to be able to use them without falling outside the scope of what we're allowed to do on farm. And then on a secondary level, I think it's really important that farmers understand that we need to maintain control of the data. A lot of machines have the ability to download data automatically, wirelessly, from the machine to the portal that's set up by the manufacturer. It's incredibly important for me that that information and that data remains in control of the farmer rather than the provider of that technology. There's going to be challenges going forwards with the role of Brexit and things like that. But on the technological side, I'm sure that we're going to be able to produce crops more efficiently going forward, targeting higher yields by targeted inputs, and it's got to be able to make us more competitive.
Please welcome Tom Bradshaw. Simon, we talked about upcoming drone regulation. Government is now consulting on this, and it is a difficult issue for the NFU because on the one hand we've got livestock members who have had livestock worrying because of drones. We have some of our more intensive members who feel NGOs are flying their drones over their farms to snoop, and we're once reminded of the old joke, what's the best height to fly a drone? Just above the range of a 12 bore. At the same time, we've got Tom interested in drone technology as you are. Do you feel that politicians understand the ins and outs, or are we in danger of getting badly designed legislation and regulation?
Well, to say that politicians understand what's going on, I'm not quite sure whether that's right or not, but I think it's really up to the farming community and, of course, then the role of the NFU to come up with a coherent set of requests or guidelines of how drones should be used to be able to go into the legislation. So we are working with quite a number of agri-drone companies. We have a special interest group at the National Centre for Precision Farming who deal with this and do proper training. A lot of these drone operators are then coming in from outside the agricultural sector and don't really know quite the requirements for doing it. So I think there is a role for the NFU to prepare some advice or guidelines then to go into the government legislation.
Tom, you're chair of our East Anglian Crops Board. Any thoughts?
Guy, we live in a world where we would say there's too much regulation and red tape. And I'm actually worried about over-regulation, possibly stifling development of technology which could really transform the way we farm in the future. So I think we've got to make sure that the regulation and that we suggest isn't too burdensome and really does allow the development of these technologies that could shape our future.
Okay, thank you. Could we run video 2, please?
In 2013, we went 3 times a day milking. So we saw the potential what the cows were going to give milk-wise. And at the time, there was a lot in the press about robots. So we looked into it a lot more. We started off with just 3 robots, and then we put the rest of the cows through the parlour. But swapping between the robots and the parlour, we were losing between 5 and 10 litres milk a cow. So it was a no-brainer to put another 3 robots in and milk the whole herd through the robots. It was a massive investment at the time, but by the time we'd done all the sums and everything, the sums added up and it's worked well for us, really. The animals have acted very well to the automation. With the milking robots, the first 6 weeks was very, very hard work. You have to manhandle the cows into the robots, but after then it kept getting easier and it's gone very well. And the information we're getting back is unbelievable. All the milking cows have got transponders on them, which gives you the heat time, activity, rumination, and when the cows have been milked, you get the conductivity of the milk, so you can tell if a cow's going to get mastitis really before she gets it bad, so you can treat that earlier. We've gone from probably 9,000, 9,500 to 10,500 litres now, where we're looking at probably aiming to get to 12,000 litres. The robotic feeding system we've got, it feeds the cows 24 hours a day. We'll fill the kitchen up, which is where all the feed's kept, and when one's going around feeding, it's measuring what's at each barrier with a laser, and which is the next group to feed. The advantage with feeding 24 hours a day, we found you've got no bullying at the barrier, you've got no sorting, it's always fresh at the barrier for them. They're all getting more potential out of that feed than what they would have been before. The investment's definitely been worth it. I've got 2 young children. I spend a lot more time with those now as I never would have done before if we were still in the parlour. We can monitor things a lot better. We're getting a lot more data back, a lot more information. I think the animals are a lot better off for it. Cows are that quiet now compared to what they used to be. It's unbelievable. But when you put robots in, you and the robot have got to work together, not just put a robot in and think, oh, that's going to solve all my problems. The challenges for this technology is keeping a constant milk price. If you've invested heavily, you need a level price really to pay your investment back.
Please welcome Andrew Griffiths. Simon, the NFU has lobbied hard on better broadband provision and coverage and better mobile signal and coverage. How important is really good signal and broadband coverage to developments in this new technology, do you think?
Well, extremely. I mean, the whole thing of communication, we all see the power of the internet and the ability to be able to get access to the data when we need it. And if you don't have that, then that's one of the sort of fundamental problems. Certainly with all of the technologies, all the robots that we are developing, they've all got to have real-time data flow going backwards and forwards to them, so that you can be in your office and be monitoring what it's doing out in the field. And without that coverage, then you can't do it. And in fact, without that ability, then the robots or these technologies, I don't think can even be put out into the field. You've got all sorts of issues with theft and so on. So yes, you've got to be in communication with them the whole time.
And that's a really good message for government, isn't it? Andrew, any thoughts?
Yeah, on our system, we need the broadband because we do everything through broadband. My herdsman, he can do a lot of his book work at home now, so he needs quick and good broadband. And Lely themselves, when they do a software update, they can do it from Holland, and we need the broadband and satellite to do all that.
Okay, can we run video 3, please?
In terms of technology in the berry sector, I think it's different from the rest of agriculture because we haven't got as far down the road in terms of robotics quite yet. We're still in the space where we're using breeding to come up with varieties where we can improve yields, we can improve berry shape, we can improve the way the fruit is presented to a picker, so we can improve productivity just by having better varieties. And varieties which yield more and might be more peaky, bigger berries, those things, we can get significant gains in productivity just by increasing a berry size by 2 mil. So that's probably where we would start. And then, of course, taking the crop from the ground to a tabletop so that the crop is at eye height for a picker. That's increased pick speeds by 3 times. So that's big gains. We know that we've got a distance to go, and we know that in the future we're going to be dealing with robotics. But where we are at the moment is probably more around making sure that a berry, which is ultimately a soft fruit, is dry, disease-free. That's a massive challenge for us, and that gets us a long way down the road to maintaining our sustainability. We started off just having crop in May, June, July. Now we have crop from March or the beginning of March all the way through until Christmas. We're able to do that because of glasshouses. And the other thing about glasshouses is that it's as near to possible as the perfect growing environment where you have 100% control over what you're doing. We basically use lights to enable us to replace sunlight that we don't have in November, December, January and February months of the year, so that we can pick all year round. We're moving from a halogen light to an LED light, which requires a lot less energy input to get the same level of lights. And then we can change the spectrum of lights to impact on different times of crops and different crops. A lot of that is still trial work within the berry sector. You know, we can actually grow crop in a black box now. We don't because we have to get our heads around the moral and ethical, and does the customer actually want a strawberry that is coming from a black box? But we know that that is kind of where we're going. When you talk to a retailer, the number 1 and number 2 and number 3 most important things are service levels. They don't want their shelves to be empty. We're expected to lift up the scary rocks and see all those problems before they happen. So that might mean a more expensive tunnel when we get an 80-mile-an-hour wind. It might mean investing in more and more reservoirs to make sure if we have a drought event, we're not we're not short. And as we move forward, a lot of our investments are more and more down those lines, because apart from anything, we need to future-proof our business to be sustainable anyway. So whilst it's good for a customer, it's also sound business practice.
Please welcome Harry Hall.
Harry, I think you were keen to emphasise the point that though we are interested in robotic picking of soft fruit, it's not there yet, and we shouldn't be suggesting to politicians that there is a solution to the labour problems, and I think that's an important message, but we are mindful. I'd like to pick up the issue of water. It's quite clear to me that we are going to get abstraction reform, that you and me live in a dry part of the world where competition for water is getting more severe, and it may well be that we won't have access to water going forward as we did. And obviously this technology gives us maybe the ability to use water more efficiently. So Simon, any thoughts on, you talked about how there may be sort of technical fixes to the pressures on pesticides through this technology. Any thoughts on how these concerns about the industry having access to water, there may be some solutions with technology there?
Well, only in terms of what I've already said, the intelligently targeted inputs. So if you only use the water that the plant or the crops actually need, then that's going to be significantly more efficient than probably many systems that we have at the moment. So there are, in the precision farming area, quite a number of different techniques that we can use to be able to measure water deficits and sensors to be able to understand what's going on in the soil. I'm not quite sure whether that works quite so well in the strawberries, but the principle still is there that you need to measure what's going on first before then applying it, and you only put the exact amount on that's needed at the right time, in the right place, in the right way. Harry, any thoughts?
I think what Simon said is exactly the point. We've come on a journey, quite an evolution with the use of water. I'd probably say it's a bit like not having insurance for a tractor. You have to kind of put the infrastructure in place in case of a drought year. So I would build more and more reservoirs. I'd invest in more and more technology to make sure that we're only giving the plant exactly what it wants. Ultimately, however, a berry is 70% water, so we need an awful lot of water. So we're doing more and more things like, in the last 3 years, we've invested in 3 reverse osmosis machines because we farm down in the south of England and quite a lot of the water is quite salty. So operating with better quality water as well gives us better fruit quality and better yields.
Okay, good. And can we run our final video 4, please?
I started with my first farm here in Derbyshire, from where we've grown out to assist other farmers around the UK running their broiler units. And more recently now, we've gone on as a company to support farmers globally using technology. There was a conscious decision to use technology right from the outset. Initially, it took us a long while to build trust and faith in the data and the technology, so it didn't change overnight how we were farming the chickens, but 10 years on, it has absolutely revolutionised how we farm the chickens, completely changed it. So initially we were using fairly what now seem simple sensors, temperature, humidity. At the time we were the first to put a CO2 sensor in, recording live. We then went on to start using visual analysis, initially CCTV security cameras. We then got involved with some more clever cameras that would score behaviour and movement and distribution, along with the visual what we could see. And then it went on from there to sound and listening to sound and the noises they make, and really trying to embrace all the senses a good stockman uses. So where we are now is, in my view, on a real positive adventure with technology. We've gone on from having these pretty simple sensors statically placed around the house to really starting to say, okay, let's get some sophistication involved. So examples would be, we've had a prototype robot in the house just before Christmas, and then we've gone on to say, well, okay, how can we move that forward? And one of those ways is using modern sensors that are far more sensitive than the human nose, where we can actually pick up on changes in the signature smell coming from those birds, which will indicate a specific health issue well in advance of when we see symptoms, which gives us the opportunity then to treat the animals with something other than medication. And the more we embrace technology and sensors, the more we can roll it out, as our business model is going now globally. It's not constrained to, I have one good farm manager on one good farm. Those days are past. It's very difficult to recruit people now. I think Brexit may go two different ways for different types of companies. I think for some, depending on the outcome of negotiations, if they feel a financial squeeze, some will react in a way that says cut back on investment. There are others that will take that as a motivator to say invest, because for the future we need efficiency and ultimately we need some technology to help us with that. I think what I'd like to see from the NFU is some of what I have already been involved with the NFU, is that they've got us involved with Tech UK in London, where we're talking to other technology companies outside of agriculture. And since then I'm now in touch with the guys that are putting a rover on Mars, and they've developed robots and sensory software, so they're looking at how they can capitalise on their investment and maybe bring their equipment and knowledge into agriculture. And I think that's a really key thing, is if they can start to open doors with other sectors and other companies outside of agriculture as well as the traditional companies, I think that's a really key role.
From Derbyshire to Mars and beyond, please welcome David Speller. Simon, obviously, a lot of farmers may react to this, say, this technology is great, I could really use it on my farm, but given market returns as they are at the moment, I simply do not have the capital needed to make that investment. And as we look to a new agricultural policy, as we leave the European Union, we can start thinking about ideas whereby we may help farmers adopt this technology and so achieve these environmental and competitive objectives that you rightly put out. So any thoughts on competitive measures whereby in future farmers are given grants or soft loans or the like, so they can access this technology and utilise it to best effect?
Well, I'm not sure what the government's appetite would be for sort of general grants, but I think there's a good case in terms of overcoming this disruption. If we move from, as we are now having to do, we're going to move from one system to a different system in a few years' time. If then, as part of that, we can then be able to smooth the way to allow these new technologies to help farmers, I think there is a role for the government in that area, particularly when, if you look at, as you said earlier, I've got a laboratory full of all sorts of interesting machines that haven't necessarily made it to the marketplace, and you'll find the same around the world. And there is this chasm between, there is no doubt that on one side there is the farmer requirements, and on the other side there is the technological opportunities, but there is this gap between the two, and pure commercial pressure or commercial opportunities are not there yet to overcome that gap. So I think there is a role for the government to make sure, and perhaps Innovate UK and Callum and his colleagues would then be able to find a way of integrating this development from one side to the other. We've had a very successful agritech strategy, but that was down to the requirements from individual companies who then came forward with their particular products, which then tended to be a little bit of a shotgun approach. And what we really need to do is have a concerted, integrated, for each of the sectors, the ability then to see what the technologies could use. But I think more importantly that they should be demonstrated, because we've seen this over and over and over again, that the best way for a farmer to be able to adopt new technologies is to see another farmer using it or making money out of it.
So David, as a rapid adopter and someone who's in a very competitive sector, any thoughts on this, how we find investment to make this technology come onto farms?
I think from my experience, and the points I'd make is, firstly, I quite like the idea of a loan-based sort of scenario where there's a degree of risk is accepted and you put your neck on the block and have a go. I think it's got to be quicker, because as an innovator I like to move fast, and if it takes me 2 years to get approval and get money coming through, I'm on to my next project. So I want to get on, get the funding, try it and move forward. And I think also the ease of putting your cases forward needs to be made easier, because as a small growing company I don't have the time or resources to fill out some of the necessary reports and paperwork to get the necessary points to enable me to access some of this funding. So invariably, 95% of everything I've done off my own back with my own commercial funds.
Andrew, I know when I discussed this with you earlier, you said, well, why should everyone else get it cut price when I've had to fork out the full price for it, so going forward. But you are, clearly in a good place to take this technology on, so you must be looking at making more investments if possible. So how do you view the idea of an agricultural policy maybe shifting from direct payments to encouraging farmers to invest in new ideas and new technology?
I think on that side, I think technology is the way forward, and the younger generation have got to move forward with technology to get most out of the crops. It's like with leaving the EU. We've got to make the most out of the crops we're growing, or dairy or whatever, and you've got to do it as efficiently as possible.
Tom, any thoughts?
I accept we've got to be making money for this to work, Guy, but I think we can do it through fiscal policy as well. If we had tax allowances that enable us to invest in infrastructure, and make sure that these come under that system, it's probably easier to access some grants, it's cheaper to deliver, and it means it will really benefit us on farm.
Harry, I know you've sort of found some funding through PO type structures. So any thoughts from you on how we should develop this going forward?
I suppose where I would look is where they do it well. If you look at somewhere like Holland, where they have the Rabobank, their understanding of agriculture / horticulture is, I would say, extreme versus the UK understanding of the UK banks and the funding. We need to get expertise within the immense funds that are available in our UK banks, in our UK funding sources, which really understand horticulture / agriculture. And then it comes down to the challenge of agriculture, in my opinion. Money at the moment is, in essence, very cheap to borrow. And it's a challenge to agriculture. Can they take an opportunity and realise its commercial benefits by being able to borrow money? You can give the same opportunity to two different people and get bipolar outcomes. And that's our challenge in UK agriculture, straightforward. And it's an outlook, it's a positivity, and I don't think it's a lack of technical ability and lack of knowledge.
Do you think PO structures, though, are the right way forward, or did you find them restrictive?
No, I think PO structures are flexible. They've been a tremendous asset to the berry sector. We've seen double-digit growth year on year for over 20 years now, with no price deflation, but no price inflation. So they are one format, but I think, as Simon says, I think we have to look at a future where those don't potentially exist. We have to look at a future where minimum wage is £10 an hour, and we have to take care of our businesses in a place where we're not stand alone, but we're without subsidy. And as David says, I'm very much about taking loans, which might be a government loan, if you like, and as I say, the interest rates are extremely reasonable, and realising the challenges in our individual businesses.
Okay, we have a remarkable 15 minutes for questions from the audience. James Cox, could you ask us the first question from the audience? Thank you, James.
President, as we have seen, much of the modern technology that is available to our industry can give rise to huge amounts of data, information that can be of great value to our businesses as we strive to become ever more efficient. The Combinable Crops Board has been debating ownership of data, the possible introduction of e-grain passports, and in other areas we move closer to our customers. There's an expectation that production data is shared to improve understanding and knowledge exchange. My question to the panel is, should members be prepared to share their data with the end user? Does the panel agree with me that the ownership of that data should remain with the grower? And what role could the NFU play in ensuring the data is used to benefit us as an industry and not used to our detriment?
James, thank you. Some really good knotty and contemporary current questions. Simon, any thoughts?
Well, yes, we often come up with this. Basically for me, the rule tends to be whoever pays for it owns it. So working out who paid for that information to be gathered. And you'll see that some companies then will hold data that their machines or systems have got from a farm. But then on the other hand, in this country, we are very sensitive about our own data. If we look at other countries, perhaps people are more open to sharing. But I do think that there is a need for benchmarking to be able to anonymize data so that everybody can know how well they're doing compared to others. Before I came back to this country, I was running a project called Future Farm, the European Future Farm, and we were developing a farm management information system that would be able to turn a lot of this data into real information by understanding what decisions farmers have to make. And so there's still a long way to go in this area. But who owns data, I think, is almost a philosophical question.
Tom, I know the Crops Board have wrestled with this recently. Any thoughts?
Particularly when it comes to sharing of data, and maybe one example that came up last year was the gatekeeper incident where we were expected to share our data. There's just a fear that if we're not careful, we might end up with managed margins where the end supplier knows exactly what's gone onto the crop, and it may be that they're just saying, well, we're happy to give you 5%, but that's the lot. But then if you look at the dairy direct supply contracts, actually they've been some of the best contracts through the past tough period. And so you sit on it, and I'm sort of a bit ambivalent to exactly how we should manage that. I think from the Red Tractor consultation, my view is that we've got to get something out of that if we're going to be spending a lot of money on it.
There was an issue with a certain field recording company where they were clearly taking data, and many members were concerned that they had not given permission for that. So what's your thoughts on that?
I don't agree with that, and so I stopped mine overnight. But the thing with data is that it's only meaningful once you've managed that data intensively. It's actually, if you collect data and benchmarking and things like that, unless you're really managing the information that goes into that to the nth degree, it's actually very difficult to get anything of value out the other side. But no, that was our data, and they shouldn't have been accessing that without being given permission.
Andrew, Tom raised the issue in the dairy sector, a danger of our end suppliers knowing too much about our businesses and getting control.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what you do in your business is your own business at the end of the day. And with Lally now, they can look at our system, what we've got. They can look what we're doing, but they can't change anything that we've set up on it. So I think the ownership of that stays with the person, with the farmer themselves, really.
Harry, soft fruit is well integrated with end supply chains. Enough sharing or too much sharing?
I think we have to be, very careful about sharing information with our direct customers. They're quite anxious. Not anxious is the wrong word, but they're keen to understand how well we're doing or how well we're not doing, and they quite like the concept of shared profit and managed margins. So we have to. I think the way you manage it is by trying to be a meaningful partner with your customers, and then you can somehow achieve some sort of balance of power, and you can encourage a win-win scenario more and more. It doesn't change. It's kind of regular business where you have to come up with new product development, so you have to earn the right for that market share. But we do have to protect our position. I would say that we wouldn't be where we were if we hadn't been extremely open with the right partners with information and with data, because I have some fellow growers not in competition direct with me in the UK, but we share everything, and we pride ourselves in driving each other forward in a competitive manner almost to stay ahead of or competitive or sustainable in our sectors.
David?
I think just to sort of throw something out there is, sometimes I don't fully understand the concern over data. Okay, we'd be very surprised if everybody in this hall doesn't use Google, Amazon, Spotify, or any of these services. You go onto Amazon to buy something and it suggests something based on what you've been buying because it knows you. And yet we use those services and we don't seem to say, no, I don't accept your T's and C's because you're going to use my data. And yet for our businesses, we're very, hang on a minute, you can't have my data, and we're very protective. So I think it's important to understand why we're worried. Is it commercial sensitivity? Quite possibly that's the major concern, and that is understandable. I think there's a difference between raw data and process data. I take a lot of raw data from my clients' businesses, but until I process it and do something with it, what comes out at the end of our process is very different data to what we took from their farms. So that's very different. And I think talking value of data doesn't help. When the industry keeps going on about the value of big data, just makes everybody want to hold their data. And actually, for my clients, their individual data is probably not worth a great deal. But if you combine it to form big data, then great, you get information and you can take things from it. So, very quickly, solutions that we are coming up with is share value. Okay, as a company, if I'm going to exploit any data and get value from that data, or maybe in the future sell data, I will put some of that value back to the guys who contributed to it. So at least they feel a part of that. Anomalising data really helps, and convince them and you show to them that you are anomalising data. Take away individual business sensitivity, and a lot of that is about pre-arranged agreements and having those conversations. But simply shutting the doors, shutting your box, I don't think will drive this sector forward.
Ali Kappa, are you in the audience? Our redoubtable chair of our Hawk Board. A question, please.
Thank you. The Secretary of State this morning recognised the need for seasonal labour. Her answer seemed to be around innovation. So this is very topical. I've got two questions for the panel. In your opinion, how long will it take before the UK has commercial scale robots capable of picking and packing apples, strawberries, asparagus, raspberries, blueberries? I could go on. And the second question is, what level of investment would be required to bring this technology onto our farms within 2 years?
Simon, how far away are we from robots picking our strawberries?
Well, our group has developed a robotic strawberry harvesting system. It does pick strawberries now. Other teams around the country and elsewhere in the world have also developed these things. I think there is one robotic strawberry harvester available in the States for about $500,000 that has got sort of 6 arms on it. But how long? Well, I hesitate just because, as I say, technically we are already there. We can do it. How long does it take to develop a product? And then get it into such a level that it can work in the agricultural sector. Depends how long how many engineers you can put at it, and the understanding of the market. As I say, there's no new technologies are needed now. It is just a case of getting on with it, I believe. So I think it should just be a few years away, 2-3 years away. I think we can just start building these things.
Harry, as a practitioner?
A non-robot practitioner at the moment. I suppose I'm going to dodge this question a bit, because I would say it's more important that you have a business which is in a fit state where it can adapt and change and evolve and stay ahead, be it a robot piece of technology or more reservoirs, or different plant material, different varieties. It's about having a functioning business that's driving in the right direction together. And so, for example, in this robot scenario, if legislation or Theresa decides that 2019, that's it, guys, you're on your own sort of thing, then that would have a radical impact on my approach towards robots. And I would change significant things within my business to adapt, and I'd probably say I'd probably have 500 robots within 2 years, and I'd probably spend £5 million on it. And just so you know, robots currently only pick at 1/3 of the speed of a human being. But they can pick all day, of course, and all night. And
you're obviously talking to the wrong people.
Well, that means they only need 250 robots, probably. So that's good news. But they're not. I mean, the robots I'm talking about are 25,000, not $500,000, say, or £300,000. So, you know, it depends what you actually want them to do. But as I say, I'll reiterate, it's about your business having enough headspace, being strategic enough, getting people waking up in the morning and being clear about why they exist, and being therefore in a position to realise the challenges that are ahead of us, be it a robot or a new variety.
David, unless I misheard you, you rather darkly said, and we've had a robot working in our chicken sheds.
Yeah.
Prepared to tell us what that robot was doing?
Yes, so the first step for us for robotics in a poultry house is to mobilise the sensors that we have. So I don't want to know the temperature of this auditorium through 3 or 4 sensors. I want to know every square metre of it. So we take the sensors away from being static and move them around. That's the initial programme. Phase 2 is then to start possibly replacing some of the labour tasks, be it moving some of the bedding material to freshen up bedding material or that sort of activity. So yeah, we could have something, well, we've had a prototype in the house that could be commercially available by the end of this year, which we can easily put sensors on that will give us our readings from a mobile platform. To get on to doing physical tasks, you're probably 2 years away, and I know that company needs to raise somewhere in the region of €1 million to commercialise that platform. So it's a sum of money, and it's still a few months away.
Tom, Ali raised this issue of level of investment. Any thoughts on that? You've obviously spent a fair bit of money on this.
I'll be honest with you, I'll be surprised if we get there in 2 years, however much money we spend on it. And so, you know, I'm not sure it's an issue of money holding us back. Simon's saying the technology's there, but you're saying it picks at a third of the rate. And yeah, so I'm not sure that over 2 years we're going to get there. Within 5 years, yes, it's perfectly possible. When we're looking at, as I said before, there's a straight return on investments, Guy, for steering equipment. You know, you just look at it, you do the sums, and you can work out whether you're going to be better off or not. I think that the technologies that we're looking at going forwards, I mean, Simon said 99.9% in spray savings, and John Deere last week said 90% active ingredient spray savings. We can afford to invest a lot on equipment or on robots if we're going to see those sorts of levels of savings, and what it's going to do for the industry in terms of PR is going to be fantastic. So we don't need to be put off by high price tags if we're really going to see those sorts of benefits. It's coming, it's just how quickly it gets there.
Andrew, you talked about the need for a stable, good, decent milk price underpinning this. So is that, do you think that's going to hold you back going, well, and is this a good message for, you know, for processors that we need to invest in this type of technology?
Well, we do need to invest in technology, like people like ourselves up here today. We've put ourselves out and gone forward with the investment with technology, and it's just how many more people are willing to go forward with the backing to go for technology more, really.
Malcolm Roberts. Malcolm, I have a question in front of me from you, and this will be the last one. It's very appropriate to give Malcolm Roberts the last word.
Thank you, Guy. Does the panel believe being out of the single market, stroke Europe, will make it easier for farming to access new technology, such as robots, crop breeding technology, and new genetics at a lower price?
We've sort of gone around this one, but Tom, any thoughts on that?
I think we've got to make sure we've got a big enough marketplace. If we're saying that we're going to be outside Europe and we're going to be able to access new technology, realistically we're going to have to align ourselves with another part of the world if we think that particularly plant breeding technology is going to be adopted in this country, because it's going to probably be too expensive to breed specifically for the UK. So we'll probably have to align ourselves with somewhere else in the world where they are using those sorts of technology. And when you look at where most of the advanced breeding is, it's in crops that we don't currently grow in the UK. Not to say we couldn't if we had access to that breeding. The other thing we've got to make sure is that if we do adopt these sort of techniques, that the consumer is happy with what we're doing and that they actually want to buy it.
Simon, internationally, and you're very well travelled, just back from New Zealand, how well placed is the UK in advances and adoption of this technology compared to other parts of the world?
Well, when I have colleagues around the world, Denmark, Germany, Japan, southern states in America, I suppose, they're all pretty innovative, got some very interesting technologies. I think California is probably the go-to place at the moment. they don't necessarily have any more technology than we've got, but they do have the attitude of putting money where the mouth is and getting on and developing it. So there are various machines being commercialized there. France is also catching up quite well as well. So I think that there's all these technologies are available, but it is this thing of turning them into a commercial product is the important part of this.
David, you mentioned going all the way to Mars, maybe. So how do you think we are placed internationally compared to other competitors?
I think, obviously, I travel a lot now, and I think some of it is a cultural state of mind. You know, there are countries that I travel to now that absolutely you show them on paper it pays, and they'll shake your hand tomorrow, and there is no limit to the budget. And they have very active market mechanisms that mean they get the reward straight back. But I think, you know, a couple of points I very quickly noted down is one, you know, the consumer acceptance and the consumer acceptance of what we as an industry want to do is a very challenging hurdle that we have to manage and take them with us. And I think the other thing that I see with all my travel is, you know, and I'm sure it's not any great news to people, but obviously you will be charged for your technology in your country by the manufacturer based on what he thinks you're willing to pay. You know, they don't put out global price lists. They put out what they think your market and you were willing to pay. So, you know, there's a degree of that price manipulation that will always be there.
Okay, to finish maybe on a slightly lighter note as we prepare to dinner, to ask our farmers, if there was one piece of magic kit you could put on your farm to make your lives easier, what would it be? Tom?
I think laser technology for weeding, guy, is going to revolutionise arable farming.
Andrew?
My wife says she wants a house cleaner. I've had all my technology outside, so she wants a robot to clean the house.
Spoken from the heart. Harry?
How can I follow that? Okay, I'd probably like a raspberry robot harvester. That'll be a challenge.
David?
And I think for me, I was pondering over this, and what I want is something that interacts with me and probably means with no side effects. I don't have to go to bed, because what I could achieve if I didn't have to waste time asleep would be quite remarkable.
Okay, just some concluding remarks. It's clear to me many of the issues we deal with as an NFU, whether it's animal welfare, whether it's pesticide use, whether it's water use, there is clearly some answers in this new technology. And I think, you know, when we go about our lobbying, we've got to be aware of this. And it's clear that if regulators make bad decisions about how this new technology is regulated, there'll be a problem. So I think this is going to be a growing field of work for the NFU going forward, and I'm very keen that we keep close liaison with you, Simon, as someone who leads this field. But on that note, could we just thank our panel, Simon, Tom, Andrew, Harry and David one more time. Okay, as you go back to your hotels, I know half man, half cheetah, Stuart Roberts is off for a run and has got a few joining him. Can I remind you that when you come back for pre-dinner drinks, you will need a conference badge to get in. But from now, I look forward to joining you with dinner this evening. Thank you.
What time?